I'm Councillor Alison Thompson and I'm Chair of the Planning Committee. And just before we start, I want to just give a little introduction as to the purpose of the committee. We are a quasi-judicial body, which means that members are obliged to put their politics to one side when they sit on this committee. They cannot be whipped by their political groups when determining planning applications. It means that we all come to committee with an open mind and we judge an application on its planning merits alone. That means taking into account the National Planning Policy Framework, the adopted Development City Plan Parts 1 and 2, and any material planning considerations. I hope that makes it clear. So as part of each presentation, I'll ask the case officer to introduce themselves to committee members and the attending public. Would committee members please note that where a decision is made on an agenda item, to be able to participate in the debate and vote, you need to be present throughout the entirety of the committee's consideration of that item, including the officer presentation, any public speaking, and the question and debate session. In the event that a member needs to leave the chamber briefly during consideration of an item, but you still wish to participate, you need to indicate to me as chair that you need to be excused. And if that's the case, I will briefly suspend the meeting for the duration of your absence. There's a message from Sean. I don't know if everyone can see it. Please turn off your mics and cameras. Can I remind members that mobile phones should not be used as a means of communication during the meeting, and if members need to make or receive a message via their phone, please alert me as chair. Where members are using tablets to access agenda papers electronically, please make sure that these are switched to aeroplane mode. Thank you. So there'll be planning officer clarifications if required. Then we'll go to questions for the committee members, followed by debate, and the vote will come after that. We'll take breaks during the meeting depending on how long each discussion takes. Thank you. So let's get on to procedural business. Are any members in attendance acting as substitutes today? No? Do any members wish to declare any interest in relation to any applications on the agenda? Councillor Catan.
Thank you, Chair. I was canvassed by some objectors on one of the applications, the Bennett Drive application, and I just wonder if any other members of the committee were also canvassed.
Yeah, I think we've all received.
Okay. Thank you.
Sorry, and Salting Football Club. I know something.
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
Sorry.
Thank you.
Okay. We will now consider whether, in view of the possible confidential nature of the business or proceedings, the press and public should be excluded from the meeting when any of the planning applications are under consideration. And I can confirm that we don't have any confidential items today, so the press and public will not be excluded. Could I ask if the committee wants to approve the minutes for the 5th of November 2025, which are attached to the agenda? Approved? Thank you. And then I've just got a little note for Chair's comms. I haven't got a great deal to report on this week, but what I did want to say is a big congratulations to the planning team, who have basically been awarded gold for their, they've been recognised for the speed and quality of their decision making. And this is awards that are presented by Planning Resource, which is the sector's leading publication. And in the latest rankings, which were published last month, Brighton and Hove was listed among the top local authorities and given the top standard classification, which is gold. So I think that's quite impressive. Thank you all for your brilliant input. So far in 2025, I'm told that the council has received 1,700 planning applications. And the majority of these are usually processed by council staff. That means because they don't meet the threshold required for consideration by the planning committee. So we are generally spared and they do an awful lot of the hard work. So thank you to all of them and well done for getting gold. Thank you. So I don't believe there's any public involvement for this meeting. And do the committee members have any requests for accompanied site visits in relation to any of the applications today? No. The Democratic Service Officer will now read out the applications on the agenda and ask committee members if they want to discuss the items as they are called. And please be aware that applications need to be called for discussion, not just for questions.
Thank you, Chair. So just to go through the applications, majors are automatically called and those with speakers are automatically called. So item A is BH 2025/02142 Patron Court Farm has speakers, so that's automatically called. That is a major. Item B is a major, which is BH 2025/00834 Saltdean United Football Club. That is also called automatically. On the minors, item C, BH 2025/01881 Withdean Sports Complex has speakers, so that's called. Item D, BH 2025/02421 54 Auckland Drive, Brighton. Do members wish to discuss this application? Thank you. Item E, BH 2025/01397 70 North Street, Portslade. Do members wish to discuss this application? Thank you. Item F, BH 2025/01832 4 Bennett Drive, the Hove. That has speakers, so that is automatically called. Item G, BH 2025.
Thank you. Thanks for the opportunity to speak today.
Can we turn off our mics, please? Thank you very much. So for item G, BH 2025/01647 garages 1 to 6 rear 187 Kingsway, Hove. Do members wish to discuss this application? Thank you. Finally, item H, BH 2025/01008 land east of 5 Nolan Road, Brighton. Do members wish to discuss this application? Thank you. So, Chair, to confirm, items A and B are majors, so automatically called. Item C has speakers, so that is called. Item D was not called. Item E was called. Item F has speakers, is it called? Item G and H are not called for discussion. Just to confirm then that the items that are not called for discussion are therefore taken as agreed with the officer's recommendation as set out in the report. So the order will be majors first, A and B, followed by those with speakers in the minors, so that will be C and F, followed by E. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you. Okay, let's go to the first major application then, please. We've got Ben Daines here to tell us about Patron Court Farm. Thank you.
Sorry, the presentation's just loading up. Excuse me 1 second. I just have to go to, yeah. Excuse me.
You have to change your screen.
Right.
It's all right, it's me.
Sorry, just a couple of technical difficulties just showing my screen. The PDF isn't, sorry, the PowerPoint isn't working. If you just bear with me 1 second. Just stop showing that. Just have to share my screen.
Do you want me to do it online?
Yeah, if you don't mind, thank you. Oh, sorry about that. Just a couple of technical difficulties.
It's not one to move it.
Apologies. So the application site is Patcham Court Farm on Vale Avenue. In September of 2024, the Planning Committee approved a scheme for a storage and distribution building, Patcham Court Farm, to be used by Royal Mail. And this application effectively seeks a variation to that permission. So in terms of the conditions that this application seeks to vary, it's condition 1, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 30. Just so you know what those conditions are. So condition 1 effectively is the condition that lists all the approved drawings. So when an application is amended, that condition inevitably changes. And so I'll go through the various changes to the drawings throughout the course of this presentation. Condition 9 and condition 10 are arboricultural conditions. They're being amended effectively because a revised arboricultural method statement and impact assessment have been submitted. So the conditions just being amended to refer to those new documents. Conditions 11, 12 and 13 are ecology-related conditions. Now they've previously been discharged, which means that details pursuant to those conditions have been submitted and approved already. So the conditions are just being amended to reflect the fact that those conditions have been discharged. And then finally, condition 30, which is being amended, relates to proposed noise barrier at the rear of 134 and 132 Vale Avenue, which I'll go into. So that condition is actually referring to an updated noise impact assessment. Again, I'll talk about that in a bit more detail. So just a map of the application site, just to kind of remind people whereabouts it is. So it's north of Patcham. Hoping you can see my cursor. No, you can't see my cursor. That's not helpful. But in the centre of the site, where you've got the arrow pointing, effectively you've got a series of derelict agricultural farm buildings. They were once connected to a wider farm area until the A27 was constructed, and it became split up from the rest of the site. So they've sort of ceased to have a purpose since that. So the site itself is bounded by a belt of trees to the north and the west. There's a row of trees as well to the south of the site, and then there's allotments directly to the east. To the north of the site is the A27. To the west is the A27, A23 link road. To the south, you have Vale Avenue and the Patcham Conservation Area immediately adjacent. And then, as I say, to the east, you've got the allotments. So it's just an aerial photo of the site. I'll provide a bit more context. I'll go on to the next 3D image because I think that's more helpful. If indeed I can scroll down. Okay. Sorry. No. Apologies. Okay, so this is just a 3D aerial view of the site. Again, just showing the derelict farm buildings. And as you can see from this, to the bottom right-hand corner of the site is 134 and 132 Vale Avenue. They're the closest properties to the application site. So the north of the rear gardens of 134 and 132, effectively back onto the main application site, and the western side of 134 also sides up to the application site. So that's the closest property to the site. You obviously have residential properties on the other side of the road as well, Vale Avenue.
Plug it in the other side then.
So just some site photos here. just to give you an idea of the kind of condition of the agricultural buildings and their sort of general state of dereliction. Quick street photo, just to give you some more context. So this is a photo taken from Vale Avenue facing east. So the application site is to the left of the photo. To the right-hand side is the conservation area. You can see one of the buildings just on the corner. Here's another photo, this time facing west towards the A27 and A23 link road, with the site on the right-hand side. Again, screened by a series of trees. And another view facing west, but this time from further east in Vale Avenue, so just looking down a bit more at Vale Avenue. So to the right-hand side, you can see a house there, that's 134 Vale Avenue. On the left-hand side is part of the conservation area and the entrance to Churchill. And then just beyond that, there's Patcham Court Farmhouse, which is a listed building. And you can just see a small section of the roof on the application site in the distance, but unfortunately my cursor's, you can't see my cursor unfortunately, so I can't exactly show you it, but it's
Left or right of the tree?
It's right of the tree, just left of 134 Vale Avenue. You can just see a bit of roof there. So we have the approved and proposed block plan in front of us here, and I'll just scroll inside and I was hoping the cursor would work. But so on the left-hand side is the previously consented scheme, and on the right-hand side is the proposed scheme. So one of the sort of first changes that were discussed, which isn't actually immediately apparent on this block plan, is that the site levels are proposed to be changed as part of this Section 73 application. So effectively, the existing site, so from south to north, the site rises upwards. As existing, it rises by about 9 metres. So the north end of the site, the rear of the site, is 9 metres higher than the front end. As consented, the scheme rises from south to north by about 8 metres because there was some sort of reprofiling of the land. And then as part of this current application, you've got a sort of a rise in site levels from south to north of about 5 metres. So effectively what's happening with this current application is that the site is being flattened out and levelled to some extent for a number of reasons, partly in order to improve the operational car parking area. And the operational car parking area is that parking area to the east side of the building. So there's a number 11 on there, which gives you an idea of roughly where it is. That's kind of the centre of the operational car parking. So that area, as I say, is being levelled out. I think previously the approved scheme was on still a bit of a hill, which isn't great for operational safety of staff. You'll see that the operational car parking area has also moved northward slightly when compared to the consented scheme. What that's also done is then separated out the HGV area where they dock and turn from the operational site parking effectively to make the area safer, so you don't have any conflict between the operational parking and HGVs. So what that effectively means, and this is going to be slightly difficult to explain without a working cursor, but if you look on the left-hand image of the consented scheme, where you've got the green roof on the northern side of the building, just to the right of that is a HGV docking area. Now that's actually been moved as part of the proposed scheme south of that operational car park, and there's a kind of circle with the letter A in it pointing to where that new HGV docking area would be. So that's been relocated further south. Now immediately to the south of that docking area is a 4.6 metre high sort of green living wall screen, which is there to screen the HGVs, both visually, but also in terms of providing a noise barrier. So that's one of the sort of key changes. In terms of other key changes, there's some fairly significant changes to the main storage and distribution building. So if you have a look at the image on the left of the consented scheme, you can see that on the southern end, there's a small projecting element with a green roof, which I'll just zoom in. And then on the northern end of the previously approved building, you had another projecting element with a canopy, which also had a green roof. Now, what's being proposed is effectively a sort of simplification of the form of that scheme. So the front projecting element is now being removed, and the north projecting element and canopy is also being removed. And the building at the northern end very slightly widened, or at least wider than the previously approved projecting element, and then it's being extended slightly, although it doesn't extend as far as that the previously approved projecting element with the canopy. So yes, there's an overall kind of simplification of the form of the building. In order to partly mitigate the loss of the green roof, both at the front and the rear, you now have the cycle store, which is the sort of southeast, towards the south of the main building, just to the west. You can maybe see green square. So that's the cycle park. That's the enclosed cycle parking area, which you have a green roof. You have a refuse area with a green roof. You have as I said, the aforementioned green HGV docking screen, which will have a green wall, and you also have a green noise barrier with living wall around both the side and to the rear of 134 and 132 Val Avenue. Another point to note is that the roof of the storage and distribution building was previously entirely covered with PV panels, whereas now there are still PV panels, but they've been reduced to the northern end of the proposed storage and distribution building. In terms of, there's also a strip of landscaping to the east of the storage and distribution building, which is being removed in order to make more room for operational car parking. You can see that strip is numbered green it's numbered 6 on the left-hand image, with an arrow pointing to it. And then in terms of when I say the operational car parking area is getting larger, the actual individual spaces are being increased. The number of operational spaces hasn't actually increased. In fact, I think it's been reduced slightly because I believe the previous scheme had 132 operational spaces. That was for the fleet, red van parking, whereas this has 125. In terms of the staff car parking area, that remains roughly the same. There's a couple of minor changes, but the amount of staff parking doesn't change. That's still 85 parking spaces. And the access into the site doesn't change either, so that remains the same. This is just an approved and proposed roof plan, which just describes that shows some of the changes to the main form of the building that I've just been through. Hopefully, just slightly more clearly than the previous image. Well, actually, one thing I forgot to mention, which I can go on to with the elevations, is that in changing the land levels of the site, that's actually meant that the building is also then ends up on a lower land level, and that's reduced the height of it by about 1.6 metres. So the actual overall building is lower, sort of relatively speaking, but I can show you that in the elevations. Just focusing on this, the pedestrian access here. So if you look at the left-hand image, to the south of that image, you can see a kind of a pink path. Now that was the previously approved accessible path, which ran between ran in between the landscaped area at the front of the site, and then runs east-west and then curls onto the main site. Now, as a result of the changes in levels, What that means is that there's the incline is less, so the accessible path is also shorter, which has the benefit effectively of basically allowing for more space for planting and landscaping along the front boundary, which has its own ecological benefits, but also provides greater screening for the building. So yeah, it just allows more planting space there effectively. So just looking at the approved and proposed front elevations. So effectively they're very similar. The only difference really is that the front elevation previously, or the approved front elevation, projected slightly and it had a small green roof on top. Whereas now, that sort of, the area with natural timber and flint as shown on this image, that's still retained, but effectively it's now flush with the front elevation of the main storage and distribution building. But I think, effectively from the front, when viewing the site from the front elevation, or viewing the front elevation, effectively it appears very similar. And the natural timber and flint would pick up on the sort of materials within the conservation area. So in terms of the approved and proposed east side elevation, not too much to say here. There is a general simplification of the building. Say, as previously pointed out, the green roof at the rear of the site has been removed, and the building effectively sort of the main building extended with PV panels on top. The translucent cladding panels have also been removed for maintenance purposes, but now you've got some added windows into the side elevation of that building. And again, you can see, sorry, I don't think I mentioned it on the previous slide, but you can also see on this one, the red dotted line effectively represents where the consented building lie, and now you can see that because of the change in land levels, the overall building has dropped, as I say, by about 1.6 metres. And you can also there see the change in the location of the HGV docking area. So at the top image, which is the approved scheme, you can see it's on the far right, whereas now it's moved to the left end of the building, which is the southern end. In terms of the approved and proposed rear elevations, again, not too much to say. The approved sort of canopy structure has been removed, so you do have a more simplified rear elevation. But in all honesty, this elevation is the least visible because it faces away from the conservation area. This is the north rear elevation, and there's a belt of trees immediately to the north of it. So unless you're actually working within the site, you're not really going to see that elevation, and views from the national park are almost non-existent because of the location of the trees and the fact that the building sits quite low in the landscape. And then the approved and proposed west side elevation, again, it's a more simplified structure, but barely visible from the A23, A27 link road, which is effectively where you see that from, and the adjacent footpath because of the belt of trees that runs to the west of the site. So here's just a sort of proposed visual just showing the front elevation, just to give you a sort of idea and provide a bit more context. So just so you're aware, in case you haven't got your sort of bearings, this is the staff car park just here, and then this is the access road. Sorry, forget that you can't see my cursor. So the car parking area in front of the building is the staff car park, and then in the foreground of the screen and to the right-hand side is the main access into the site, into the operational parking area. Just another visual showing the east side. So this is again just an image of the operational car parking area with the red fleet vans. And you can see quite clearly here the HGV docking area and the green screen just to the left of where the HGV is. So in terms of representations received, we've had 8 representations objecting to the application for the following reasons. The relocation of the HGV docking yard further south will bring it closer to properties on Vale Avenue and the Village Barn. HGVs will be manoeuvring through the day and night with loud engine noises as well as vehicle reversal warnings. Much of the design aesthetic has been stripped back to make the scheme cheaper. The development will be much more visible from Vale Avenue. Continue to object to the danger to life this development creates. The road is incredibly busy and the scheme ill thought through. Huge metal gates and fence that will now be visible from the street are not in keeping with the conservation area, nor is the whole development. There's a loss of PV panels. The green wall only covers the loading bay and not the manoeuvring area. The changes move the proposed development close to the southern boundary and therefore it's more visible from the road. And also they challenged the validity of the BAT survey and we received objections from Councillors McNair and Councillor Meadows who have objected to the proposal. I can talk about those issues shortly. Just one thing I just clarify is the one objection that says the changes move the proposed development closer to the southern boundary. Just to clarify that the actual building isn't being moved any closer to the southern boundary. It effectively remains in the same location but without the front projecting element that was previously approved. So in terms of the key considerations, there's principle of development, the design, layout, appearance, scale and heritage, impact on the community, particularly with regard to outlook and noise, sustainable transport, sustainable drainage and contamination, biodiversity, landscape and arboriculture, and sustainability. So in terms of the conclusions and overall planning balance, it's considered that both individually and cumulatively, it's not considered that proposed amendments would have unacceptable impacts. Whilst the relocation of the HGV docking area, the expanded security fencing, reduction in PV panels, and the net loss of green roof and loss of other landscaping features are considered to have some detriment to the scheme, we consider that the degree of these impacts is limited and would not in itself justify a refusal of planning permission. Taking those into account, those impacts are balanced against the more positive amendments proposed, including the lowering of the site and a reduction in the height of the main distribution building. The changes to the location and length of the accessible path from Vale Avenue, which allows for a greater amount of landscaping and vegetative screening along the front boundary. The proposal would, on balance, is not considered to conflict with national or local policies and is recommended for approval subject to the proposed planning conditions in the Section 106 agreement for the previous application, which also applies to this application. So the recommendation is to approve. Thank you.
Thanks, Ben. That was great. Very interesting. Shall we now call on the resident, Rebecca Mintrim? Hello, Rebecca. Have a seat. So you will have 3 minutes to speak, and it's the bottom right-hand button that you need to press. And when you start, we'll start timing you, and I'll give you a 30-second warning, if that's all right. Thank you.
My name is Rebecca Mintrim, and I'm here to express serious concerns from Patcham residents. Over 1,100 people have objected to Royal Mail's proposals for Patcham. People now feel extremely disillusioned and worried that none of our collective concerns have ever been listened to. You have just been told that these amendments are very similar, but I am asking you to refuse this amendment today because what has been suggested are not minor amendments. They are big changes. They are cost-cutting measures that puts Royal Mail's profits over our people. They fundamentally worsen the development, remove the mitigations on which planning consent was originally granted, and introduce new harms to local residents. The relocation of the 18.5 metre HGV loading and manoeuvring area to the southern boundary is just 10 metres from bedrooms on Vale Avenue, and is perhaps the most egregious change. Up to 28 HGV movements per day, including at night, with reversing alarms and idling engines, directly contravenes planning policies. And the acoustic barrier does not cover the manoeuvring zone, just a small part of the area. The impact on residents just 10 metres away is akin to torture methods in Guantanamo Bay. And councillors should note that Royal Mail has formally argued in both Aberdeen and Belfast that 24-hour delivery depots pose such noise and light nuisance to nearby homes that residential uses may restrict depot operations. This meant Royal Mail themselves objected to being so close as to houses in those cities. Why is the same respect not afforded to Brighton residents, many of whom in the area are elderly, frail and vulnerable? The inconsistency is extraordinary and, excuse the pun, alarming. This new proposal will also destroy trees and natural barriers by bringing operations closer to the southern boundary, making the depot far more visible from Vale Avenue. The removal of design features leaves a harsher industrial building that fails urban planning design policies. Okay, I'll skip ahead. So in conclusion, these amendments significantly worsen the scheme. They increase noise, visual harm, environmental risk and highway danger, and raise serious governance concerns about land value, transparency and public interest. There are other alternatives that could be used for Patcham Court Farm: a solar farm, a community hub, a tech or heritage centre, uses that reflect our city's values and respect the sensitivities of the environment and the people who live there.
Thank you. Thanks so much for your time. If you could
Thank
switch
you.
the microphone on. Thank you. Great, and we've got Ward Councillor McNair, I believe, has submitted a speech to be read. Is that by you, Sean?
Chair, thank you. Just reset that. Thank you. So this is from Councillor McNair. Residents in Patcham are, to put it mildly, very dismayed to see that the Royal Mail's plans have been changed for the worse. We strongly object to the HGV operational yard being relocated to the south of the site. It will be significantly closer to residents, particularly 133 Vale Avenue and the residents in the village barn and along Vale Avenue. With at least 28 movements of large HGVs per day, this will cause significant disturbance through noise and air pollution, and it was going to be bad enough anyway. This does not make the Royal Mail look like a good neighbour. It is also deeply disappointing to see the removal of the green roof and two of the swales and wildlife meadows along the eastern boundary and along the eastern side of the building itself. Why can't the swales and wildlife meadows be retained? And why can't the whole roof be designed to be green? Is it a cost-cutting measure? The roof as it is will be an attractive feature viewed from the South Downs. We thought the Royal Mail wanted to improve biodiversity. Instead, it is destroying it. This area is home to bats and other important species. Cutting back on wildflower meadows is not a good look. This sorting office has been in the works for years. It makes you wonder why the Royal Mail couldn't come up with this design in the first place. They had long enough. What else are they going to change down the line? This quiet corner of Patcham is going to have a significant air and noise pollution from the HGVs. Water pollution and increased flooding is highly likely. The Royal Mail have hardly conducted a thorough public consultation in the first place, and now the plans change, to detriment of residents, of course, and wildlife. We hope the Planning Committee agree that these changes go too far and the Royal Mail should be put up with the plans as they originally approved. Residents are having to put up with more. Thank you, Councillor Alistair McNair and Councillor Anne Meadows. Thank you.
Thank you. And we have Paul Derry, who is the agent for the applicant online. Is that right? Oh. You're here in person. Good afternoon. Would you just like to introduce yourselves?
Good afternoon. My name is Paul Brighton and I'm the Director of Real Estate at Royal Mail.
Okay. And who's your colleague?
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. My name's Paul Derry. I'm a planning consultant for Stantec.
Okay, and are you both speaking or just one of you?
Yes, we are
You
splitting
both
the
speak,
work.
so you've got 1.5 minutes, or however you want to do it.
Yeah.
Excellent. Okay, when Siobhan's ready, off you go. Thank you.
Okay. So, good afternoon again. My name is Paul Bridson, and I'm the Director of Real Estate at Royal Mail. Members will recall that our proposals for a new Royal Mail delivery office at Patcham were approved by this committee in September 2024. It will replace our 2 town centre sites, freeing them up for new housing. This development is an important flagship delivery office for Royal Mail. The application before you seeks changes to the design and layout of the site, which would deliver operational improvements for our staff while respecting the location and surroundings of the site. I will pass to our planning consultant, Paul Derry, to expand on these changes.
Good afternoon again. Just for clarity, I've been working with Royal Mail on these proposals for a number of years, including the full application approved last September. The purpose of this Section 73 variation of condition application being considered today is to make improvements to the site to allow for more efficient Royal Mail operations. As such, the proposal seeks to amend a small number of the existing conditions to accommodate the amended design. The principles of objection established in the approved scheme remain unchanged. For example, there is no change to the access into the site or proposed off-site highway improvements. Staffing levels remain the same, as do anticipated vehicle movements. The amendments before you will bring clear benefits over the approved scheme. For example, levelling the operational yard has allowed for a lowering of the building. This results in the roof ridge of the building being 1.6 metres lower than the permitted scheme. Combined with a stronger frontage planting and the realignment of pedestrian footway into the site, the building will be less visible from Vale Avenue or the surrounding area. And just to clarify a couple of points also raised already, the revised layout sees an actual increase in on-site biodiversity net gain, rather than a reduction that was quoted earlier. Another quote, that's just been made is about reversing alarms on HGVs. There is a proposed condition that all HGVs will have those cut off, which we are happy with. And just a final point for clarity, the distance from the rear property at 134 Vale Avenues over 43 metres, I think 45 metres to the docking bays. No objections have been received from statutory consultees, and we agree with the conclusions of the officer's report. As such, we ask the committee to approve this application. We're happy to take any questions on more technical matters. We do have a technical team in the building or online if you have queries. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much. Okay, committee. Councillor Shanks, start us off.
I think it's probably a question to these guys. In terms of the solar panels, can you explain what the rationale for reducing those are, and whether you considered actually keeping them but using them for community use if you're not needing the electricity for your operation?
The simple answer to why they are reduced in number is because the changes to the building itself creates a lot more efficiencies, so we can still meet EPC A+ standard. Doesn't impact we can still meet the council's policies on BREEAM, etc., without them. The building is future-proof to take more in the future if necessary. I will be honest with you, the community question is not one we have been asked previously or considered.
It's just there are community organisations that will, want to find roofs to create energy. And I've forgotten BCP. There's a local organisation, so it might be good if you could think about that, because they're always looking for good roof spaces.
Councillor Robinson.
Thank you, Chair. So just to come back on that point then, so are you saying that the building will be future-proofed, i.e. there'll be enough strength that should PV panels want to be put on later, at a later date, they can be. And I've got another one after that.
That is correct, yes.
Next question then. I'm reading through the sound report, and I'd just like you to confirm to me, because there's an awful lot of figures here, that the noise that will be heard from the closest property, which I think is 134, could you just give me an example of what the noise level will be in the early hours of the morning, above background noise, and perhaps, let's say, at 8 o'clock in the morning? I think you've got them in the figures, but I can't see it for looking. Thank you.
I'm going to take a long-winded way of not answering that question and get someone else to do it for me. But just for information, the application obviously includes acoustic walls, the approved application includes acoustic walls, and they are retained and slightly extended for this, and that's a result of the remodelling process. And Mike Ledbetter is online, who may well be able to much better answer the technical part of that question if he is there.
Are you there, Mike?
Yes, I am online.
Hi.
Can you repeat the question just quickly?
Thank you. So, yeah, could you confirm, please, the excess noise that the residents of 134 are likely to be subjected to, in the early hours of the morning, which I think you quote in the noise report as 1 to 3 a.m, and then again a bit later, 8 to 9 a.m? Thank you.
Yes, okay. So there is a 4 dB increase over the background sound level during the 1 to 2 period and the 3 to 4 a.m. period, and a -6 during the 7 to 8 period, and this is equivalent to the original application.
So thank you. So it's equivalent to the original application. What noise level is deemed to be acceptable? I read the report and I thought I read that anything below 4 above is deemed to be acceptable. Is that correct?
For the context of this application, yes, that is correct.
Has everyone understood that, or is it just me that hasn't? Sorry. Did you say that 4 is the minimum, and that's the acceptable level, and that's what it's going to be in the early hours?
The type of application has to take context into account, and based on the context of this application, that 4 dB is acceptable in those early hours, yes.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Sheard.
Thank you, Chair. Just quickly running back to the point Councillor Shanks raised about the loss of solar panels. It's part of the CP8 requires us to address climate change mitigation where possible. So you've said you would consider a community use for the solar panels. Is that something you are prepared? Can I have your word that you are going to have a look into that as a potential community use for the surrounding area?
I see no reason why Royal Mail wouldn't have discussions, certainly. Obviously, this has just landed on my lap, so I can't commit them to it at this stage, but discussions I'm sure they'll be willing to have.
Thank you. In that case, the green wall used by the HGV unloading yard, that, my understanding is that's going in to help with more noise mitigation, yes?
Its main function is screening rather than noise mitigation. There is another acoustic wall further south at the back of the gardens, which is the specific acoustic wall. It is there for a screening purpose, but it will, of course, bring some acoustic benefits in itself, yes.
Thank you. I'm just going to turn to officers quickly. Is there anything written as a condition about the maintenance of the green wall in the new conditions that are in the plan?
Yes, I'm happy to answer that. Under condition 11, we have all acoustic measures and equipment, including barriers, docks, door sills, door closers, shall be maintained in effective condition for the life of the development. Any defects that could be materially reduce acoustic performance shall be made good within 28 days of discovery. Thank you.
Can I just clarify that is correct? It's just that I think that's your the environmental health officer's order of conditions. Obviously, there's a whole lot of additional planning conditions. So if you look at page 30, condition 30, what you've got here is prior to development hereby permitted being brought into use, details of the noise barriers set out in figures 61, 62 of the WSP report shall be submitted to and approved by the local planning authority, including materials to be used and their source, heights above ordnance datum, drainage and planting details. The development should not be brought into use until the noise barriers are implemented fully in accordance with the approved details and should be retained as such thereafter.
Yeah, sorry, just to make sure that will include the green wall, yes, because I do know there are some living/green walls that very quickly turn into not very living brown walls.
Can I also just add to that? Sorry, there is also proposed condition 14 for the landscape and ecological management plan, which specifically mentions management options as well. I suspect that would also wrap it up.
Sorry, noisy mic. Yeah, just to clarify, I mean, so the new green barrier for the HGV docking area is part of the sort of ecological solution. It's informed the recalculated sort of biodiversity net gain figures. So it basically is a sort of ecological mitigation measure. So as Paul just said, it will form part of condition 14, will be part of the landscape and ecological management plan, which seeks to ensure that the ecological sort of mitigation measures aren't just provided but are also retained in perpetuity.
Thank you. Councillor Patel. Thank you, Chair. I'd like to, ask another question about the green wall. I'm a bit sceptical about them, and I've not seen one in the city that has been put up over the last 10 years that is anything more than some wires up against the side of the hotel at the station. So what I want to have assurance is that this green wall that you're going to be putting up is going to be of the type that will actually properly grow, or is going to be put up as grown rather than waiting for little things to come up against a wire. And also, what do you know, or can you say what acoustic mitigation the green wall you're proposing will actually provide in sort of decibel terms and so on, if that's possible? And the other question I wanted to ask was about your off-site contributions to B&G. So, thank you.
Right. The green wall itself, we have got a condition for the finalised detail. Mr. Ledbetter, who just spoke, has sent through some examples previously, and they are, in effect, a wall on one side facing inwards and a planting screen on the outside. And from the examples that we've looked at, they're effectively got little pockets on them, in effect, in rows, and then your plants grow out of that and grow up or down. I don't know which way they go. Down, I think, to create your greenness. As I say, there is a condition for the detail. The council will control the actual finalised design. So I suspect something what you're describing might not meet what the council may want. So therefore, obviously, we will provide that information. Off-site biodiversity net gain is all agreed through conditions already, so that circumstance doesn't change to the already approved scheme. That's fine. And what about the noise? Oh yes, sorry. The final question, thank you, Paul, was just about the noise number. Again, unless Mr. Ledbetter knows the answer off the top of his head, the way that modelling works dictates the height and length, in effect, of that acoustic screen. So it is there to make sure the audible level the other side of it is acceptable.
Thank you. Councillor Theobald? Yes, thank you. I was going to say something about the loss of the green roof itself, because that would make it less visible, you know, and against the South Downs, it would really have helped. I wanted to ask also about the HGV operational yard being moved more to the south. Why did you have to do that with being near a residence like that? And why get rid of the wildlife meadow? Because that would have been something rather nice. So just some questions to ask you. The other thing was, amendment number 30 is to do with noise barriers. So does it mean to say you're not really going to have any noise barriers? Because that deleted that.
If I just take those in reverse order, probably. The amendment to condition 30 regarding the noise barrier is on the original application. It referenced a specific noise report in the wording of the condition. So we are seeking to amend the condition just to effectively change the report that's referenced in the condition. So it will refer to the new report that supports this application, where the acoustic fence actually gets slightly longer along the rear properties of Vale Avenue. So that condition would then, in effect, secure that larger acoustic fence. Yeah. The green roof itself is a result of the sort of holistic redesign of the site. As Mr. Daines showed earlier, there's two original green roofs, one at the southern end of the site, one at the northern end. The southern end of the site, the whole, well, if I take a step back, the whole premise of this application is to try and get a more practical level operational yard for Royal Mail staff to work safely within. That has then led to, obviously the levels have changed, so therefore we've reassessed the design of the building. That has meant that because we're lower in the landscape, we don't need that lower ground floor level. So the small frontage extension, which had the green wall above it, we don't need anymore. That is a result of us being lower on the site. The rear green wall has been removed purely because of the simplified design, where we've got pitch roof all the way through. Your other point was about the wild flower meadow. That has been removed as a result of the realignment of the car park. There is unfortunately not enough space for it, but that has been compensated by some of the green walls around the car parking area.
Thank you. Councillor Earthy.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I think I have two unrelated questions. I think the first one is probably more at officers, although you may answer. We've heard a lot about green walls, green roofs, soundproofing, blah, 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 blah. So the bottom line really, is the net sustainability of this application more or less than what it's replacing? Because I'm always getting the feeling that things, we're losing solar panels and green roofs in here. So I feel this site is less sustainable than the previous application. So if anybody can answer that at the high level. The other thing, completely unrelated to that, the HGV things that we've been talking about, how do HGVs actually get to the site in the first place? Are they always coming off the bypass or the A23, or are they thundering through our local residential areas? Because it's 24 hours, I have nightmares about seeing these great big trucks in Patcham, which is a fairly quiet rural community. Apologies to the resident.
On the last point first, there is a range, well actually the access is designed so HGVs can't turn into the site from Patcham from the east, and they can't turn out to go that way either, so they naturally go towards the A27, A23 junction. They're actually coming from the Gatwick distribution centre, which is where they would arrive from. Just your point on energy, the scheme still is EPC 3A plus rated, which is the highest rating you can get. And we still meet your BREEAM policy requirements as well.
So I meant net sustainable, so not just the energy, the solar panel bit, is everything, green walls, biodiversity, everything. Is the new design less sustainable or more sustainable? If you make an index, some kind of mathematical quantification, you know, are we better or worse off with this new app?
I think our council officer can answer that.
Well, I'm happy to. I mean, so there has been a calculation undertaken about the loss of biodiversity on the site. Bear in mind that there's obviously going to be off-site mitigation to ensure that there's a 10% biodiversity net gain. But on-site with the previously consented scheme, you had a loss of around, I think, 59% of biodiversity on site. With this new proposal, because of the green walls, the living walls, and the additional planting at the front, it actually, the loss is now 57%. So the loss is the actual amount of loss is actually marginally improved. So there's a slightly less loss in terms of biodiversity net gain on the site. And I appreciate that, you know, that's figures coming from the applicant, but they have been reviewed by the county ecologist, who has not disputed those figures and raises no objection. So in terms of quantifiable, you know, ecology sort of outputs, I think it's fair to say there is a marginal improvement.
Any more questions from anybody? Councillor Sheard.
Two very quickly. I don't want to dwell too much more on but just backing up what Councillor Earthy was saying. There are 16 points listed in CP 8.2. Are we losing out on any of the sustainability on any of those factors with the new building in comparison to the old one? I know there's a lot there, but just so it is clear that we aren't actually losing any sustainability, or is there anything though that we are specifically losing out on from those 16 points?
I would say it was difficult to quantify ultimately. I mean, evidently a loss of a significant amount of PV panels, I think, would have some impact. But then the reason why some of those are going is because there's been some efficiencies made in the building, and that includes energy efficiencies. There is also air source heat pumps being provided as well. So I think it'd be difficult to say that it was improving, at least with the loss of the PV panels, but I think fundamentally it's still meeting the policy requirements of BREEAM Excellent, and we also require EPC rating B, and it's understood it's going beyond that. The other thing I would just point out is there is actually a condition here within this committee report that requires additional information in terms of PV panels. So if there's any issue with it failing to meet the EPC rating or the BREEAM Excellent, we can still influence it through the details of that condition. And if more PV panels needed to go on as a result to achieve that, then so be it. That could be done via that discharge of condition process.
Okay, one last question then. I'm assuming the answer is no, due to the fact that Southern Water haven't written anything in, but with the lowering of the whole height of the building, is there a risk of hitting the aquifer at all underneath it?
Well, so the site has effectively been, in some ways, not entirely level, but the incline is changing. And I mean, obviously, groundwater is influenced by topography, but it doesn't necessarily follow the topographic lines. So outside of the wet period, which I think is basically outside of the months April to October, I think. So it would, the Environment Agency, I think they provided an estimated figure of the groundwater level being about 15 metres below the level of the site. Now, obviously, that changes, and throughout the winter that would increase, but that's exactly why there's a condition to ensure that no below ground works take place outside or during winter months, effectively. Thank you.
More questions for anybody? I had a couple. I mean, thank you, Deputy, for bringing up the aquifer, because I know it was a big issue when we approved the planning application in the first place. So it's reassuring to know that even though the site itself will actually be lower, it's still not going to get anywhere near affecting the aquifer. I suppose I'm possibly reiterating the questions that have already been asked. I don't know. It feels slightly as if a lot of this seems to be being done, dare I say, to cut costs, because it's, I understand that you're meeting all your obligations. I do get that. Can you reassure residents? Because, there was, I don't know, there's been I should actually put this to officers. One person, there was an objection online because they were concerned about the bat survey, that they didn't think that it was, I don't know if you could reassure us on that front. But then also, it seems as a package, the green roof has gone, the solar panels have gone, and the wildflower meadow has gone. Could you just reassure something? Maybe Ben can ask the first question, and perhaps you, Paul, could answer the second one. Could you reassure residents that this is fine-tuned, because when you first put the application in, I'm putting words in your mouth here, because you didn't know exactly how it was all going to work. It just seems as if it's slightly upsetting that all these things are going. Anyway, thank you.
Well, if I just comment on the bat survey,
Yeah.
I'm not really sure where that's come from. A bat survey was submitted. It was reviewed by the county ecologist.
Oh.
It accepted as being robust.
Oh, okay.
There's we have no concerns about the validity of the bat survey.
If the county ecologist is happy, then we can consider it a reliable survey. Excellent. Okay, thank you.
Just to clarify, this isn't a cost-cutting exercise. The cost of this build is negligible change. Obviously, cutting out land to create a flatter operational yard comes with a considerable cost in itself. I think the reassurances that you can give, I think Mr. Daines has already covered, but just to reiterate those sort of big ones is what you get as a resident is a building that will sit 1.6 metres lower, and it will sit 1.6 metres lower behind a much stronger frontage screen from Vale Avenue, the tree screen, the planting buffer, because we don't have to integrate the pedestrian access through that anymore. It's so we get a much bigger area, or uninterrupted area, to allow that planting within. The building's lower, and then lots of comments about things like the HGVs coming down. It's all mitigated. We've done all the work. If the modelling didn't allow it, we wouldn't have put it there.
Could I pick up on the final question then with the HGVs? Could you tell me about we have the sort of 4 dB measure, but could you tell me about, because I think one of the things that people think about HGVs is that when they're moving around or reversing, then they've got, they have the beep things that go off. Is there some sort of mitigation going on there?
So there is a proposed condition, which I will try and find as quickly as I can. It's number...
We've got it here.
50. No, not 50. 47. Number 47. Which is no tonal bleeper type reversing alarms or audible horn tests shall be used on the site. Royal Mail are happy to comply with that condition.
Great, that's good to know. Thank you. Oh, over to Ben.
Sorry, I just wanted to clarify, there is the bit in brackets, it says, where reversing alarms are required by law, only broadband white noise alarms set to the minimum practical level may be used. No external public address systems are permitted. Okay. So I just wanted to clarify that the aim is obviously to have no reverse noises at all, but if there were a requirement, then the type that would be used, as I say, would be these broadband white noise, which you've probably heard, which the aim is to kind of localise the noise, so it's a very different sound to a bleep, tonally. We do have an environmental health officer here who suggested that condition, if you wish to speak to him, but that condition is...
no, that's fine, you've reassured me. Shall we move to debate? Oh, sorry, Councillor Shear's got one question.
Sorry, pointing this condition out to me has got me thinking about a question, because I imagine that part of a post officer's daily check of their van will include making sure that the van is functional and roadworthy, which will include testing the horn on a daily basis. So how will the vehicles be tested to make sure that that this roadworthy condition is met if they're unable to test the horn on site?
I don't know the precise answer to this, but I suggest it is Patcham Court Farm is going to be the destination, so I assume they will do it on departure from the Gatwick storage area, I suspect. And once they're unloaded, the vehicles leave quickly, as in they don't hang around on the site for half a day or whatever. So.
I was more thinking of the actual the red vans doing the postal rounds rather than the HGVs for that one.
I don't believe they need a daily test.
Okay, let's move to debate. Who would like to start us off? Councillor Theobald. Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you, Chair. Well, 7 conditions amended is a lot. We don't usually get 7. I don't like it that they've changed the HGVs to the south, because they do make a lot of noise, especially when they're backing back, and that's not fair on the neighbours. Lots of the green.
Sorry to interrupt, but I thought that was a question I literally just asked, and they said that they're not going to make a noise. Oh, do you mean engine noise as opposed to?
Yes, I'm talking about the HGV vehicles make a lot of noise. And the loss of the green roof is a shame, as I think that would be a good screening. And now we've got a very visible frontage there. I think it's all metal and wood, and we've got the loss of the trees, the screening around the front, along that frontage there.
Sorry, Councillor Theobald, can I stop you there? Because I'm pretty sure there are more trees now.
Yeah, but the main trees along the front are not there.
Yes, they are. That's exactly where they're...
Look, I'm making the speech. I'm sorry, but you're interrupting me. That's not really right, is it? But I'm just making a point that I think that the new frontage now with that building will stick out like a sore thumb, and it'd be very, very visible. That's what I'm saying. It's not going to look... It was bad enough last time, but it's looking worse now. And not having the tree barrier along the frontage will make it worse. And all the concrete there is a risk with the flooding because it's on a water table. So, you're not going to have wild meadows, that's going to go. It seems like there is some cost cutting there. I didn't vote this last time. I didn't think it was a good application for Patcham. And I'm not going to vote for it this time because I think it's much worse than the application, the original one. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. We are in debate, by the way, which is why I was just querying the other thing about trees, because my understanding is there are actually more trees there now. Councillor Robinson.
Thank you, Chair. Well, I'm kind of in disagreement with my colleague over there because, the site is now lower, so it's going to be less visible. Yes, I agree. I think it's a shame that we've lost that green roof, but hey-ho, there are reasons for that. We talked... I feel comforted by the applicant explaining the noise levels, and because of course there is a lot of background noise in that area because of the A27. I think it's good that we've got the stronger tree screening. Yes, I suppose it's unfortunate that the HC vehicles are now closer to the home, but if that's what's needed for safety, this is going to be with us for a long time. So on balance, I will be voting for it.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Sheard.
Thank you, Chair. Again, I would agree with Councillor Robinson in the sense that I don't think the frontage will be more visible. I think the frontage will be as visible as it was in the previous application. I don't think that front is actually changing all too much, apart from lowering its overall standing within the hill, lowering the overall height of the building. My two main concerns coming into this was in relation to SA4 with the hitting of the aquifer, and the loss of PVs in relation to CP8, 2A and 2C. But as has been pointed out, on the whole, this is still meeting a lot more, going further on other areas of sustainable building. And I think, yeah, it's annoying, but the fact they have said that it is future-proof, so we can turn around later on and put more solar panels on it if so necessary, which I think is a good sign. And yeah, losing the green roof, not the best thing to happen in the world, but it's going to be one more roof on the edge of a very green roof lacking corner of the city. So I think it's not going to stick out from the South Downs any more than Patcham on the whole sticks out anyway. So on that basis, I will be supporting it.
Councillor Parrott.
I'd just like to say that, I mean, I will be supporting this. I don't really see that the changes are significant in terms of look and feel or the impact to residents. But I am disappointed that yet again we've lost some of the things that could have actually been additional. I understand that we've lost them and that the actual overall ratings, etc., haven't changed significantly. It does, however, feel that it would have been very nice or community focused if the Royal Mail could have looked at maybe the roof space. I thought Councillor Shanks's idea, which was going to be my question, which is that the PV panels could have been actually used for a community project, which I think would have gone some way towards the feelings. The loss of the wildflower meadow, the loss of the green roofs, all of these things are actually very regrettable, and I feel very sad that we've lost them and that they weren't considered. And I find it disappointing that a planning person has sat here today and said they haven't even thought about it.
Thank you. Councillor Nan.
Just not that different from Sam, really. I don't think the changes justify a rejection because we've already passed the original project. Just to say, I always find myself having to go down a bit of a rabbit hole when presented with evidence about noise, because it never really, it's not instinctive. I know 4 decibels is instinctively a small change, but then I have to go away and look up, what that actually means in terms of acoustics. I think I'd appreciate some training on noise, what it means, that sort of thing, because I've just spent 10 minutes working out if 4 decibels was allowed increase or not, and it would be nice to know that for certain. But yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Shanks.
Yes, I just wondered, I don't suppose it's a condition we can ask for, although it was agreed that they would look at. For example, Brighton Energy Co-op develop, they put solar panels on roofs and then they distribute the energy. So I don't know if that's a condition that would be acceptable. If not, then I suppose, we can strongly encourage that, and we can ask Brighton Energy Co-op to those 2 people to get in touch. But I think, because it is concern. I mean, I get that there's all their energies, it's okay for them, but actually in terms of, overall our own contribution to net zero, it's better if we can include some more energy generation when you've got a big expanse there.
Agreed. Councillor Earthy.
Yes, following on from what Councillor Shanks was just saying is, a condition would be a good idea. Maybe a condition that says something like, don't build a roof so you can't add additional solar panels onto it. Because that's the kind of projects that I've been working on, again with BESCO or kind of what others, where if you have a site where they are putting in solar panels purely for their own needs, but they've got a surplus amount of roof that could be used in the community. They're not psychic. They have no idea when a community scheme is going to come along. So what you say to them is, can you please just make sure the roof will support a few more panels in case it comes up? Because obviously part of the roof must be compliant for panels, otherwise it would collapse. So just simply saying, can all of it? Don't know if that's possible.
Thank you. Councillor Sheard.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I'm going to have to look at the lawyers for this. If asking Royal Mail to look at if they could have this co-op or energy programme on the roof is something we could have as a condition. But is it something we could have as an informative to ask them to look into?
We're just going to bring the lawyer in here because perhaps we could do it as an informative.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I agree. I think it would be over onerous as a condition, so it would be unreasonable to try and impose such. But I think as an informative, you could certainly have something on there, if the planners could finesse some kind of wording to add as an informative so that the applicant is aware of the committee's desires in that regard.
Okay. Thank you. Councillor Patel.
Thank you very much, Chair. I'm pleased to have been sort of comforted on the green wall, particularly as the system that was described by the applicants is one which works, and it works. I've seen it work in London as well. I think the fact that we've got off-site BNG, and that's already been agreed by condition, I don't see a problem with losing, I mean, and in fact, it says that it's not much changed. So I don't see a problem with that at all, because we're getting, and as we know, there is a new off-site project very close to this site, which is, and it's actually going to be in the South National Park. So I don't have a problem with that, and I think also with the BRIAM, because they're doing heat pumps, which they weren't doing before. And I think you have to look at it in the whole rather than at individual elements of BRIAM assessments. So I will be voting for this. Thank you.
Thanks, everybody. Good debate. I mean, I think we are all suggesting almost similar things, that we find it regrettable that these things have gone, but if we could put in an informative about solar panels, it might be something that the company could look into. That would be terrific. Great. Is everyone happy to move to a vote? All those in favour? And all those against?
Thank you, Chair. That's 9 for and 1 against. That means it is agreed. Thank you. As per the officer's recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks, everybody. Thank you for your time. I've been reminded it's already almost 3:30, so should we have a 10-minute break back here at 20? Is 10 minutes enough? Back here at 25 to? According to Mr. Okay. 45 minutes. Well, I said 10. To move on to the next item. Oh, no, we are missing Councillor Theobald. Oh. B, BH 2025/00834 Saltdean United Football Club. We have Michael Tucker here to give us a presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. This is item B, it's the application at Saltdean United Football Club. The application, it's another Section 73 application. It's proposing to vary two of the conditions that were attached to a scheme that we approved a few years ago. And the two conditions relate to the required BREEAM certificate and to the operating hours of part of the clubhouse that was approved. Just a quick bit of context. So that 2021 reference, that's the scheme that we approved a few years ago, and the proposed development was a 3G football pitch, a replacement spectator stand, and a new two-storey clubhouse. There were some minor design changes to the clubhouse that were approved under a subsequent application. But since then, works have commenced and they're now well underway, and I've got a photo to show you in a bit to give you an idea of where things are. In terms of what they're actually proposing to vary, so condition 21 is BREEAM, and they are proposing to lower the required rating from excellent down to good, and that's equivalent of in numerical terms, it's equivalent to it going from a score of 70% or more to a score of 45% or more. And there are various reasons for that, including financial constraints, because this is a community project that's volunteer-led and funded by donations, and BREEAM does come with quite significant costs. Partly because of that, there are quite a few credits that were missed at early stages of the scheme, and because of the way BREEAM works, they can't go back in time and get those credits now. Also, build costs generally have increased over the last few years, and as a result of all those factors, it's just now not feasible, also they say, to achieve any higher rating than good. And the variation to the other condition, condition 26, they're proposing to have an additional 30 minutes of use of the first floor of the clubhouse on Mondays to Thursdays. And the times in the mornings and the times on Fridays to Sundays would be unchanged. And there's a couple of tables down at the bottom of that slide just to give you a comparison between what's been approved and what's proposed. And the reasons that they're applying for this change is to align with the way the pitch is used and how the existing clubhouse is used. And also because the first floor specifically is also intended to be a venue that can be hired out for events that aren't related to the actual playing of football. A slightly greater opening hours makes it a more attractive venue for the club. This is a map of the site. You can see it's on the northern tip of the built-up area of Saltdean. This zoomed-in photo outlined in red. It's on the western side of the bridleway. It's surrounded on three sides by the national park. And there are currently a cluster of buildings along the bridleway, and then various pitches on the hillside to the west. And this photo, as in 3D, gives you an idea of the levels. This is the block plan of what was approved in the original scheme. So there are three main elements that I draw your attention to. There's the spectator stand, the 3G pitch, and then the new clubhouse. And the clubhouse is at the bottom, which is to the east by the bridleway. So there's no changes to the layout or design of the building as part of this application, but I'll just, for information, show you the approved floor plans. So on the ground floor, there are dressing rooms, showers, general admin spaces. And on the first floor, there's a fairly large function room with a bar and a kitchen, and that also has a viewing balcony out onto the pitch. And again, for information, these are the approved elevations. This is a fairly recent photo, just to give you a sense of where things are during the construction stage. So the photo is taken from the new spectator stand, which is more or less complete. The new artificial football pitch is in place as well. And in the distance on the left, you can see the clubhouse being built with scaffolding around it. So we've received 10 letters of objection, raising points including noise disturbance and antisocial behaviour, particularly during match days. I think there was a recurring theme during the comments. Also a concern about the proposed hours of use being inappropriate for a weekday, and also 19 letters of support, including some of the points that are summarised there. There are two key considerations. There's sustainability, which is relevant for the BREEAM condition, and the impact upon amenity that's potentially arising from the variation to the opening hours. And in terms of our conclusions and weighing up of the planning balance for BREEAM, obviously it's regrettable that they're having to ask to lower the rating, and that quite a few credits were missed during the early stages of the project. However, we have to recognise that those credits are lost and cannot now be obtained. There's been quite a lot of back and forth between us and the applicant to explore exactly whether there are any other credits that could be achieved still. But the outcome of that is that it's just not feasible for the scheme to achieve a higher rating than what they're proposing now. And in its favour, we do note the community nature of the project and that there are some public benefits arising from allowing the permission to be implemented in accordance with a lower target. And the sustainability credentials of the scheme are still good. A lot of the credits that would have been mandatory had it still been going for an excellent rating are being achieved. And there are still sustainability measures such as air source heat pumps being included. A lot of the credits that haven't been obtained are paperwork accreditation type credits. So the case has been made that the actual impact on the credentials of the building might not be as significant as the drop in rating might suggest. And on the basis of all of the justification that's been submitted, there's no objection from the Council's Net Zero team. So we are recommending that that condition is varied as requested. And for the opening hours, it's important to bear in mind that that condition relates just to the first floor of the clubhouse. So the actual pitches and the ground floor changing rooms, etc., are not subject to this restriction and wouldn't be affected by these additional opening hours. The pitch is floodlit and can be used during the darker hours in winter anyway. However, because the first floor is intended to be used as a function room for external events, we do think that the later closing time could potentially tread into the area of being having a harmful impact upon the nearby houses. So we are suggesting that a noise management plan is secured by condition, which will set out how, particularly when it's used as an external event space, the noise can be reduced and mitigated. We've received a noise management plan, and that's been reviewed by the environmental protection team. And subject to one additional measure relating to the provision of exit signage, they are content with the provisions in that plan. So we are also recommending that that condition is varied as requested. And I'm not going to read these out, but these are just the new wording of the conditions and the new condition 30 at the bottom there, which is slightly different to what was put in the report because it has that additional provision asked for by environmental protection. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Who would like to start off with any questions?
Councillor Earthy.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Not sure if this is a question to you or are the applicants here today or available online or?
I think we've got some people online. I'm told that we've got Lisa Norman, who's the applicant, Saltdean United Football Club.
No, I just want to say that obviously this planning committee notes that the BREEAM certification process is very, very important.
Yeah.
So I just would, if you don't mind, would like a little bit more detail on why this application has been diluted somewhat. So if the applicant is able to expand upon what the officers have told us, I'd be grateful. If that's not appropriate, fine, but yeah.
Yeah, no, that's fine, because we've got Lisa Coggins, who is the sustainability consultant, and Sam Sykes of ECE Planning. Are any of you able to?
I'd just like to hear in their own words why.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, hi. It's Sam Sykes here from ECE Planning.
Hello.
So I think I can probably give a bit of background as to why this has happened. I think firstly it's important to note that had we gone in with an application for just the clubhouse on its own, the BREEAM requirement would have been a very good standard. It's only hit the excellent standard because of the size of the football pitch. So the red edge, essentially the red edge application, which includes actually the football pitch and some other football pitches to the adjacent to the new 3G pitch, which were included to reach a BNG improvement on the site. The inclusion of those elements has meant that the clubhouse, which is actually quite small, has been required to meet this excellent standard, and I think had we split the applications up, we would have found that we would have been looking at a very good standard, not the excellent. So I think that kind of gives you an idea of it's in some ways it's not such a big leap from the excellent to the good. I think the excellent is probably more suited to applications for profit generating larger commercial developments of a larger major scale. This is just this is a small community development, so we felt that the very good standard would have been more appropriate in the first instance. Notwithstanding that position, the BREEAM system is quite a complex accreditation system, and just to give you some background, I was the agent on the planning application, and to assist the club with initially helping with some planning conditions. However, due to cost constraints, they took this on themselves. The club are made up of members of the community. They're volunteers. They're not professionals in BREEAM, and it's fair to say that it's likely that some of these reports and documents that were needed at the time were just missed due to the fact that they were trying to also manage the planning application, the condition discharge, and actually project manage the construction on site whilst also balancing their day-to-day lives and other commitments. So although the officer's report talks about cost only, I think there's an element of it being run by a group of individuals who aren't experts in what is quite a complicated process. So essentially a lot of that paperwork has been missed. There's other elements around things like the contractor, because they're not a large contractor, because it's quite a small project. There's certain BREEAM credits that can't be reached because of the contractor selected. So that gives a bit of a flavour as to why some of the early credits weren't reached. And then in addition to that, we've looked at this scheme, and as the officer has mentioned, the actual difference between had we done the paperwork at the right time and the end result, which is now coming out the ground, the difference between the actual end product and the end product versus what we missed in the accreditation process is that there is no difference. So you're still going to end up with a very highly sustainable development, despite the paperwork not being submitted in the correct order and at the right time. So it will meet the, sorry, that's in relation to the very good standard, not the excellent standard, just to clarify. So that just kind of gives a sort of broad overview. I don't know, we've also got the Lisa from Delta Green, who might be able to give some more sort of flesh to the bones around some of the more detailed technicalities, if members are after that detail.
Do we require more detailed technicalities, or does that answer the question, Councillor Redley?
I don't know if the rest of the committee isn't, but if the rest of the committee wants to hear from that, fine.
I'm not getting an awful lot of feedback. Councillor Sheard, yeah, quick question.
Yeah, I've got a few questions. History says that initial planning for the site was issued in 2021. Do we know when that was approved?
Yes, thank you, Councillor. The original application was granted permission. The application was submitted in very late 2021, so it was determined in 2022. I believe it was in October.
Thank you. And is it due to our old friend Verona for the delay in construction to the site?
Might be a question that the applicant's better placed to answer as to why it may have taken a while to start building.
Is there somebody, one of the agents that can reply to that? Was it due to the pandemic that there was a delay? Pandemic was over by 2022. I don't know.
I can sort of set out that it's in construction at the moment. There were a number of conditions that needed to be discharged, which took some time. In relation to the length of time it's taken to get to here, I can't comment, but I know that sort of my involvement after the planning application was to deal with some of those early conditions, and that did take some time. But as I say, as you can see from the images, its progress is well underway. The 3G pitch is there. The clubhouse is the construction is almost we're getting a long way down the line. So I can't answer in terms of the construction and if that was due to the COVID pandemic.
Okay, thanks. One more, Councillor Sheard.
Yeah. Lastly, in relation to the BREEAM rating, was that applied solely, and this is directed to the officers, would that be directly applied to the clubhouse, or is the 3G pitch also involved in the BREEAM rating?
I believe it's just the clubhouse that's concerned.
Councillor Chance.
I think this is sort of standard, isn't it? BREEAM excellent that we ask of buildings, but I suppose it's after that. I mean, are we setting? I mean, I think we should set that. So then, can we support community groups so that they do get their paperwork done earlier on? I mean, I think we've just done it for Brighton Youth Centre, actually, which I'm a bit involved in, but we had we had staff, etc. So I suppose it's just, we want to see that achieved, and if it's not, is there some support we can give? I don't know if it would be from the planning department. I'm sure you're all very, but whether we can get volunteers to so that we've got somebody who can say, if you're going to do this, we want you to do this, but you'll need to think about it when you're developing, because that's the problem, isn't it? They didn't do it earlier.
Have you got a question specifically? Is it for the
question? If we're asking that, can planning officers for our buildings, can we direct people to some source of support to get it done?
I'm told there's a sustainability officer who'll be available in about 5 minutes. In the meantime, does anybody, I've got a couple of questions, but is there anybody else who?
I can try and answer Councillor Shanks's.
Oh yes, go ahead, sorry, yeah.
There's not a lot we as the planning department can do on that sense, but the original application was accompanied by a pre-assessment for BREEAM, so they were aware of that requirement at that time, and they were indicating in the pre-assessment that excellent was achievable. So there's no reason why we shouldn't have applied this condition at that time.
Slightly disappointing then, isn't it? Sam, if you're still online, you were mentioning that you thought that actually it was far more likely that you were going to achieve very good as opposed to good, but because originally we were told by Michael here that the BREEAM the measures were 70% down to 45% going from excellent to good. If you're proposing very good, where do you think that you sit on that scale?
Just to clarify that we can't meet very good. That's gone because we can't retrofit the paperwork. We can't go back in and do the paperwork retrospectively.
Right. No, I understand that, but I thought you said that you thought that the standard would come out at sort of. You thought that the likelihood was that you're not that we're applying the very good, but that you can achieve very good. So I was just wondering, on that scale of between 70% and what you're asking for, which is 45%, where do you think you might end up?
Understood. So just to give you some figures, so at the moment, and actually I believe we are at. I might actually call on my colleague Lisa if she's available from Delta Green to answer that. But before she comes on, what I can say is if the paperwork had been submitted, then we would have been at 57.25% as a targeted number, with the potential to get to 62.3%. Given where we are in the build, had we done the early stage reporting, the actual.
Okay, well that's great. That was basically what I was hoping that you might say, was that you are obviously at the higher end. Obviously not at very good, but because we haven't got the paperwork, but that's great.
Yes. Yeah.
Any more questions? Councillor Cattell.
It's probably going to be more of a comment than a question, is that all right?
Should we move to debate then? If it's okay?
Sorry? Well, actually, I think we need to wait till our BREEAM, our sustainability officer is here.
Because you have a question for them?
No, but I wanted to talk about BREEAM, but generally, need to get Mark's question asked, maybe.
I thought Mark's question was answered. I thought Councillor Shanks's question was to the planning officers about going forward.
I think you said you would get the sustainability officers to answer it. Well, it was sort of answered. I suppose it's just, the sustainability officer, maybe they're the people who should be providing support on the BREEAM issue rather than planning. So that could be a question to them if they turn up.
Sorry, it doesn't look as if the sustainability officer is available after all, but planning officers are saying here that this is something that they could take away and go and discuss if that works. Nicola?
Yeah, I think, Councillor Shanks, you're asking if the sustainability team could help applicants with their submissions for BREEAM. I mean, I think, no.
This is a community group, isn't it? So that's slightly different than when you've got, agents, developers, etc. So if people wanted help, I'm not saying that they should all, rush because they've probably got enough to do. But if there was somewhere that they could, say, what should I be doing now? Or I'm struggling with this paperwork or whatever.
If I can come in on that, the team's not currently set up to do that and doesn't have the resource to do that. We would need to buy some resource in. Also, the team can kind of advise on BREEAM standards, but they're not BREEAM specialists. I think if you're giving advice to someone to support a planning application, then you probably need to have a degree of specialism.
Shall we move to debate, and then Councillor Quintell can tell us all we need to know about BREEAM?
I think number one, I think we need some basic training on this, because this is coming up quite a lot. But also, in another life and a long time ago, I actually did go through BREEAM training, which costs a lot of money and it's very difficult to get through. And there's different BREEAM standards for each different type of building. I mean, if you forget housing, there's lots of different standards for different, like industrial buildings, shops, whatever. So and a lot of the stuff, the preliminary stuff, like doing a pre-assessment, only gets you so far. And it wasn't until, and because it costs an awful lot to have a BREEAM assessment done, expecting, especially a community group, to actually go through the full process before they get planning permission is unreasonable, I think. And a lot of the, as has been said, some of it is just paperwork, and it's like committing to something rather than actually doing something. And I think in terms of also like the contractor, you know, a lot of contractors, small contractors who've done this sort of job wouldn't have the necessary wherewithal to be able to come up with the goods as being what was it called, a considerate contractor and so on. So it is far more complicated than just somebody trying to cut costs or not being, not being bothered to do it. And I think also it's difficult for, I don't think we should be recommending that our staff help. I see what Sue's saying, but I don't think they're not qualified to teach that. And it's just far more complicated than you'd imagine. So I just wanted to put that forward from personal experience.
Councillor Pittard.
I do remember this application when it came up, and I didn't have a real problem with it at all. And I'm quite satisfied with 6.2, where it says sustainability and net zero, no objection. The updated material submitted demonstrates it's no longer realistic for them to have excellent or very good rating. And good is good enough for this kind of community, so that it is. So I'm quite happy with this as its application.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Rathy.
Yeah, I agree with both previous councillors' opinions. It just seems to be bureaucratic happenstance that they've been given an artificially high BREEAM rating because of the bundling in of the pitch and other things. So the clubhouse itself, there's going to be no material difference. It is going to be good, and they couldn't really make it any better than it is. It's just an artificially high barrier. So on that basis, I accept their explanations, and I'll be voting it through. Thank you.
Councillor Robinson.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I agree with Councillor Earthy. I will be voting this through. Thank you.
Shall we move to the vote? All those in favour?
Thank you, Chair. That's unanimously agreed.
Thank you very much. So we'll move to the next application, which is application C, BH 2025/01881 with Dean Sports Complex, and we have we have Wayne need to discuss the application on behalf of the planning department. Thank you.
Good afternoon,
everyone. Good afternoon, Chair. This is a planning application at Withdean Sports Complex, Tom Dean Lane. The planning application is for a proposed swimming pool building, an extension to the existing leisure centre on the north elevation of the existing building, providing a swimming pool facility. The proposals also include new car park provision and new and additional landscaping areas. This is the map of the wider Withdean Sports Complex site. It's the boundary of the wider Withdean Sports Complex site includes Tongdean Lane to the north, Withdean Road to the east, Withdean Woods to the south, and the rear gardens of properties on Shepherd's Croft to the west. This is a 3D aerial photo of that wider site, so you can see the existing leisure centre here. And this is an aerial photo of the site. This is the existing upper floor car park. This is an aerial photo of the site, including the red line of the site area for this planning application. So just a note where what's included within the red line of the application site. This includes the existing upper floor car park, the existing vehicular entrance to the car park, the area of landscaping around the boundaries of the tennis courts, the existing landscape bank to the north of the leisure centre, the access path down to the existing vehicular access down to the Withdean Stadium, and this area of grassland in the southwest corner of the application site. This is the existing location plan, so that includes the blue line of the rest of the wider site under the same site ownership. This is the existing site plan. And this is photographs of the existing building showing the elevations in question. This is the east elevation of the existing leisure centre where the site entrance is. And this is the north elevation of the existing building. This is the existing vehicular access into that upper floor car park, which is part of the application site. And this shows that the existing vehicular access is retained, and as part of the proposal, there's a new proposed pedestrian access in that area there. In terms of existing and proposed parking, the existing upper floor car park provides 110 spaces. There's also a number of other spaces across the site, including 199 available in the lower car park. The resultant proposal of the proposed extension would result in the loss of 44 of the lower car park spaces. The proposal also includes a new overflow car park, which provides 28 spaces. Overall, it's set out in the transport assessment that there would be a net reduction of 12 regular car parking spaces across the wider site as part of the proposals. This is the proposed site plan, so you can see the proposed extension to the leisure centre building here. Landscape areas around the perimeters of the extension, and the proposed overflow car park on that existing grassland in the southwest corner. This is the proposed floor plan of the extension. Comprises of three main areas, which is the swimming pool hall, the changing facility, and the access that links to the existing building, and the plant room area on the west side. So the proposed elevations: north elevation, which is the view from the car park; east elevation, where the entrance to the leisure centre is, and that's the elevation of the new extension; and that's the west elevation from the other side. And you can note the bank, the part of the retained landscaping on that bank on the west side there. In terms of proposed materials, the walls extension would consist of metal cladding with a brick plinth, and then other elements of the extension would include that same brick as part of the facades. Metal roof, the link bridge and the plant room area would consist of the same brick as the brick plinth, and other materials include aluminium windows. Proposed landscaping. So proposed landscaping, you can see, it includes planting around the perimeter of the new extension, proposed trees and planting to the west on the retained part of the landscape bank. There's also proposals for new trees in the area of landscaping around the tennis courts, which forms part of the proposals in relation to biodiversity net gain, and the proposed numbers of trees can be seen there, 34 small trees across the proposed site. In terms of the loss of trees, there is a proposal to remove 2 trees from the grassland area where the proposed overflow car park is, and they are located here. And in terms of photographic representation of the 2 trees lost, one is there, and then there is another one there, but it's important to note that there's 2 trees in the foreground which are retained. These are proposed visuals of the extension. Another visual showing the extension in the context of the existing leisure centre. This is the number of representations received during the application and includes an update from the numbers shown or set out in the committee report. So as of today, there's been 15 objections from separate individuals received and 4 representations of support. Key considerations are principal development, the design of the swimming pool building itself, the impact on neighbouring amenity, the proposed landscaping and the impact on trees, the impact on the highways surrounding the site, and also biodiversity and flooding, as well as some other issues. In terms of representations received since the late list was published, there's been 3 additional letters of objection from new addresses that have been submitted as part of the public representations received, either raising or reiterating comments that have already been set out in the representations received in the committee report and the late list, and also providing some additional objection, which includes aspects of a concern relating to the parking spaces and the impact on traffic, the ecological harm of the proposal, the increased risk of flooding, and the harm to neighbouring amenity. There was also 1 additional letter of support received, which was reiterating reasons set out in the representations in the committee report. In terms of an officer's response to those late representations received and objections, in relation to transport-related matters, it is considered that the items raised have been addressed in summary in the committee report and also in the late list, and also aspects of them have been commented on in detail in the submitted local highway authority comments. The assessment takes into consideration potential underestimation of extra demand that's set out in the transport assessment, and it is felt that parking overspill can be further reduced, or the impact can be further reduced through the recommended conditions. In terms of ecological harm, the biodiversity net gain report states that 10% biodiversity net gain is to be satisfied by way of mix of on-site creation and enhancement, and the purchase of off-site units is an accepted way to meet that deficit and is secured by the standard conditions. And in terms of the increased risk of flooding, that is addressed in the committee report, and it's acknowledged that that there is detail that's required in terms of the methods of how runoff would reach areas onto the site to allow for runoff not to occur on outside of the site, and so full details are required by condition 3. There has been an additional submission by the applicant since the report was published, and that was a noise assessment, which was a technical memorandum, and it was submitted in addition to an original noise assessment that was originally submitted as part of the original submission of the planning application. But this document focuses on the impact of noise from the proposed overflow car park, and it sets out an environmental sound survey of predicted noise levels, and the conclusion was that the applicant feels that there wouldn't be a significant impact on those nearest noise receptors. It also confirms what was already established in the proposal, which is to replace the existing wire fence on the western boundary with a 2.1 metre timber fence. In terms of the officer response on that, as I said, a noise assessment was submitted in the original submission and had already been assessed in terms of the impact of noise on the wider proposed development. And notwithstanding the findings within this new noise assessment, the officer recommendations already restrict opening hours to the development until 10 p.m. Full details of the boundary treatments, including an appropriate fence or boundary for the boundary adjoining the proposed car park, is secured by details required by condition 21. There's a management plan required for condition 16, which refers to the need for further acoustic assessment to help clarify the type of boundary treatment required. And on that basis, there's no change to the officer recommendations. Finally, in terms of late representation, there was an additional comment from the county ecologist. This follows 2 previous consultation comments received during the application process, and it's effectively confirming that the previous comments in terms of advice regarding habitats on site and invasive non-native species remains valid, and that also includes comments on protected species in and around the site. Confirming also again that they're satisfied that none of the trees proposed for removal have the potential to support roosting bats. The comments also confirm or set out that or acknowledge that the proposal is for a minimum net gain, biodiversity net gain of 10%, but the full details of that are not required until submission of the biodiversity gain plan, which is secured under condition 7. So the officer's response to that is following recommendations by the county ecologist as a recommendation to slightly amend the wording of condition 34, which is set out in the late list, and that's for a biodiversity method statement, but there's a minor update or inclusion to the wording to ensure that details of hibernation methods for reptiles that may be in or passing through the site are provided as part of that method statement. There's also an additional condition recommended, which is set out in the county ecologist comments, and that's for a lighting design strategy. There's already an existing condition recommended for details of the lighting proposals, but this condition is an additional condition to secure details of the lighting to ensure no impact on sensitive habitations or species in relation to the lighting proposals. The conclusions following all that, as I said, remain the same. There's been a significant weight given to what the proposed pool would add in terms of the wider sports complex. It's felt that the design of the building itself is considered appropriate. There is also deemed to be an improved general access for pedestrians in and around the site. The proposed soft landscaping would be enhanced on the site despite the loss of 2 trees which are not considered of a condition to justify their retention. Despite concerns around potential impacts of noise from the car park, it is felt that this can be limited by the securing of the conditions that I've set out. And overall, the recommendation of the application is to approve.
Okay, thank you, Wayne. Let's go to, do we have a Mr. Simon Farncombe available online?
Yes, we do.
Oh, good afternoon, Mr. Farncombe.
Good afternoon.
You have got 3 minutes to speak. When you're ready, we will start timing you. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there a slide that's being slideshow that should be shown for me?
Does anybody have a slideshow that they're showing?
No, you asked to send one and I asked to receive it. I haven't received one.
Oh, we're told by the Democratic officer that he never received it.
I have sent it. I sent it this morning.
No, he's not received anything. No, he hasn't received it, I'm afraid.
I've got sent receipts. Can I send it again quickly? Sean Hughes.
Okay, Mr. Farncombe, if you want to go ahead and resend it, we'll wait.
I have resent it. It's gone to Sean Hughes.
Yes, and I haven't got.
So shaun.hughes.
Yeah, I've had communication from him with regards to this.
Brighton-Hove.
Yeah,
.gov.uk.
Yes.
No. James, can he send it to you? No, I don't.
Do you want to send it to me, Mr. Farncombe, because you sent me a few emails already, so you've obviously got my address.
Yes, so your email address is quickly.
Alison, A-L-I-S-O-N.
Yeah, Alison.
.Thompson, T-H-O-M for mother, S-O-N, no P.
I'm going to do that right away. Just bear with me one moment. Thank you.
At Brighton-Hove. .gov.uk.
That's just been sent, Alison. Thank you.
I'm told that there might be a question of a firewall having stopped it if it wasn't in a format that we could. No, nothing here. Are you able to talk us through it?
I can do, but the
okay, great.
The challenge I've got is that the pictures kind of made the big issue, but let's see if I can. Can you see me on screen now?
Oh, okay. Yeah, we can do that. Yeah, James, can you make it?
Chair, we're going to make
Chair, oh,
So we're going to make you a presenter, Mr. Farncombe, and then you can
ask him to speak up a bit,
can-
please. I can't hear.
you can present it yourself by sharing your slides there.
Okay,
Does
I'll
that
try.
work?
There's lots of scribble on there, but am I good to go? Can you see me?
We can indeed.
Okay, so thank you for the opportunity to speak today. We're not against the pool. The issue really is about all the additional traffic and the many unanswered questions that we have. The big question for me really at the moment is the with the park and ride still active or not? It seems that the signs were removed on the 6th of November. That seems to have made the park and ride.
Mr. Farncombe, I'm told that we're going to have to pause you there. Can you bear with me?
We can't see any demonstration.
We can't see any slides.
No, I'm just talking. Sorry, I can't see much on the screen I've got. I was relying on having the.
Are you not sharing your screen? I thought you wanted to show us your slides.
I can't work out how to share my screen at the moment. Let me have a look.
Oh, all right then. Well, don't worry because let's maybe just go for.
Can you see me?
We can see you, but we can't see any slides.
Okay, when I feel it's appropriate, I'll throw a slide up. Sorry.
Okay, great. You've got 2 minutes 30 seconds.
Okay, so the issue really is it now a formal or informal park and ride? Is there going to be an additional application to make a two-storey car park retrospectively to account for the additional planning requirements? It's mindful that there's still park and ride advertised from the Brighton Hove Centre, Brighton Hove Council, and also Freedom Leisure. The issue of the additional pedestrian walkway, that actually doesn't go anywhere meaningful. It goes on the Tongding Lane. If people want to use the train or bus service, they will go via the main exit down to the south car park, and the access will only increase flooding to Tongding Lane. I have here a picture of, don't know if anybody can see that, that's when the road floods.
Can you hold it up a bit? That's it.
There's a car.
Oh, it's a bit blurred. Okay, don't worry. No, don't worry. No, don't worry.
So the issue of flooding there is quite significant. Does anybody see there coaches dropping off people at the main entrance?
We can't see any of these, Mr. Farncombe, so it's too blurred, I'm afraid.
Okay, so I didn't realise I did ask if I could present. I wasn't told I couldn't. So in essence, without the use of my slides, we kind of asked for the obvious reasons I've tried to explain today, that we defer the planning until we have closure on parking intensification, coach and bus access, pedestrian access, facility creep. Is there need for a further two-storey car park to accommodate intensification, and further consideration around the Buxton report that I believe you've all received via email? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Farncombe.
Thank you.
So you're sort of posing questions rather than placing an objection.
Well, no, it was without my presentation, it's really difficult to present the concerns I had, but it is.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you. Shall we go to Tom Cox, who's the agent online?
Yeah. Hi. Can you hear me? Okay.
We can indeed. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you. Firstly, apologies for not being there in person, but we welcome the opportunity to sort of address some of the items raised just now. I did note that the sort of opener of the objection was that it's not actually against the pool, but as you have said, Chair, has got just a couple of questions around it. So the park and ride on the existing site is a bit of an informal park and ride. It's not a formal it's not a formal park and ride, essentially. There was, just in relation to the deck level car park or the multi-storey car park, there were early discussions on the project as to whether we could potentially look at the provision of including that, but it was dismissed and it's not part of the application, and there are no immediate plans, well, no plans at all to take that any further. We actually introduced the overflow car park to the southern end of the site to mitigate the parking space loss. So the multi-storey car park is not required. Just in relation to the item raised on the pedestrian walkway, it's a correct statement that the walkway literally stops on the back of the footpath on Tugdean Lane. We are in discussions with Highways at the moment as to how we can safely address any parking, and it's being put forward to be a condition. Likewise, the coach parking was part of the overall transport assessment, and the local authority have commented on that, and we are in discussion on those matters. I suppose my final sort of point really is that the pool build is sort of directly in relation to the Brighton and Hove City Plan, specifically the Part 1 and Chapter 17 on the sports provision, where it mentions that existing facilities and specifically names with Dean Sports Complex should be retained and improved with greater access to promote physical activity and sport.
You have 30 seconds left.
And I would hope that it is agreed that the creation of a community pool on an existing sports complex will be a great addition to the local public and the people of Brighton and Hove. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Who would like to start with some questions? Councillor Earthy. Oh, I do beg your pardon, Councillor Shanks.
I'd like to see where the car park is, because I got a bit confused about that. I do know the area quite well, but I think it's when you've sort of which direction you're looking at it in. And then my question really is, when we do these travel plans, well, there's two questions really. So there's a lane, which I've always called Snaky Lane as well, but apparently that's what you always call a lane when you don't know what to call it. So it's the lane from Preston Park Station, which goes up. It's not lit, it's not built, you can't drive on it. I used to walk on it a lot to get there when I lived up in that area. But I was wondering whether there's possibility of improvements to that in terms of pedestrian access, because, and whether in a travel plan you can ask the leisure centre to give discounts on people who arrive by train, because there's the 27 bus, but there's also the number 5, which stops down the bottom. So it's quite actually well connected in terms of travel. But, I think it said somewhere they didn't expect a lot of extra travel. I think there will be a lot of extra cars if people go swimming, because, it's really good to have an extra place. But, yeah, so sorry, you've put that up. Where is it then? Oh, it's at the back there. So is that Shepherd's Croft behind? Yeah, I've got it on here. Sorry. Oh, sorry.
Thank you. Yes, so the proposed overflow car park is in the area of the existing grassland in the southwest corner of the site, which is to the west of the stadium itself and just to the southwest of the existing leisure centre. And then the car park is right on the site boundary, and on the other side to the west are the rear gardens of properties that front onto Shepherd's Croft, which is to the west of the site here.
Maybe I need to ask the other questions to the transport person if there's somebody here. Is there somebody here?
We have a transport person here, yes.
I can answer the question in relation to the footpath. So yeah, the footpath is on the eastern boundary of the site. So there are no immediate plans to improve that footpath. However, the access to that would be through the already pedestrian access on the wider site boundary of the sports complex, whereas the pedestrian footpath we're putting in is to the northern end of the red line boundary that's shown now on Tongdean Lane. So it's in sort of probably the most opposite direction to the existing footpath into the site currently.
I'm just going to bring our planning officer Liz Arnold in, if I may.
We do have a transport officer online with us today, but I just wanted to make it clear before we move on to that element that some points that were raised by the objector, such as the two-storey parking, is not part of this application. It's what's before us today that you've seen in the presentation. Any other development at the site would have to come forward via a separate planning application and would be considered under its own merits at the point it was submitted to us. It doesn't form part of this application. But yeah, we do have the transport officer online, so if you've got any direct questions to
I think that was my question really, is how the transport plan works, how it can encourage people to use public transport in conjunction with the pool offering discounts or whatever.
I'm told we've got Alistair. Sorry, is there somebody called Alistair there?
There is. I am here.
Hi.
Hi.
Good afternoon, Alistair.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me okay?
We can indeed. So are you able to answer the questions?
Just on those couple of immediate questions that just come up. I believe the footpath the councillor was asking about wasn't responded to by the applicant. So it's the one from the train station that's quite sort of not overlooked at all and quite it's quite overgrown and really a back route. So that was looked at least by us and included in the transport assessment, but it's because it's quite sort of a natural route, it's not really suitable to be lit and it's not seen as accessible for all. There's been lots of people who wouldn't feel safe walking down such a route. So yeah, it wasn't seen as proportionate to this scheme to improve that at all. Some people may use it direct from the station, but it's certainly not suitable for everybody and not something that we'd want to promote. And the travel plan does include, there is a condition for a travel plan, and that does include the incentives that the council was hoping for. So yeah, we are looking to see some kind of encouragement that centre users who come by public transport or who come by even car sharing get perks or there's promotions around that for them.
Thank you, Councillor Earthy.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. While we've got transport, Alistair on, what is the difference between an official park and ride and an unofficial park and ride? Now, there's a serious point to this, right? Yeah, so what's the difference? Is it going to make a material increase or not in traffic? And is it a material consideration in this actual application? And we have over in Saltdean, we have an interest in this because any traffic around you this way affects our number 27 bus and wrecks the timetable. So my question is, what is the difference between the two and is it relevant?
Yeah, I'm going to see if Laura Wells is available to talk. She it organises a park and ride in the city. So we have.
Yeah, hello. Thank you, Chair. So, park and ride, I could talk about it all day. I'll try and be as brief as possible. When someone thinks about park and ride, particularly a potential park and ride user, what they're expecting generally is what I call an Oxford-style park and ride. So purpose-built, dedicated site with direct buses and with integrated ticketing that is good value compared to parking in the centre. Now, that's not the case for this site. Therefore, what customers expect versus what they get is very problematic. Now, the primary use of the site, i.e. the leisure centre, so that's currently, previously and in future, has always meant that the potential for park and ride here is limited. And that's not to do with future plans. It's always been the case. And the lack of integrated ticketing adds further barriers to that. So we're looking at Park and Ride on a wider basis. We did a trial this summer at University of Sussex, where we provided a high quality direct service that was good value, and there was a lot of parking spaces available, and we got some key learnings for that, and we're taking that forward in terms of strategically for the city. Now, some information does remain, including on our own website, about this site as an option, alongside other sites such as London Road, because it is an option for people, but it's not what people expect as Park and Ride. Therefore, we don't actively promote it to say this is our Park and Ride and come and use it, but it is there for people who wish to use it in the way that they can at the moment. But for us, we're working on what is more of an Oxford style offer to people. Now, the signage was also removed in relation to the summer Park and Ride. We got most of the strategic signage down in the summer, but actually some of the signage still remained, and we removed that more recently. But it was all in relation to the strategic Park and Ride rather than this particular site or application. So I hope that helps explain.
It does very much. Thank you, Laura.
Is it materially relevant, though? That's my question.
Is it material? Is it what? Is it a material consideration?
Yeah, materially relevant to this application, whether or not it's official, unofficial, or what the volume of traffic will be if it changed status.
I mean, we have been debating the parking quite. Yes, let me pass over to Ron.
Yeah, so the Park and Ride is relevant to an extent in terms of when the transport assessment was submitted by the applicant, and also the review of that information by the local highway authority in terms of assessing how that impacts on parking numbers and parking pressures within the car park itself. So it's taken as part of the parking demand. But Alistair may be able to provide more detail on that.
Yeah, just to back that up, the Park and Ride was in operation for the entire time that the transport assessment looked at the parking demand. There was a very thorough parking demand assessment carried out over 12 months, looking at the parking on site every day for an entire calendar year. So you can be rest assured that whatever activity the Park and Ride attracts has been accounted for in the parking accumulation data that you've got before you.
Councillor Shanks?
Yes, can you tell me if we actually charge for this car park at the moment, and if not, why we don't? Because it looks like we don't, because it's Park and Ride or something. I've just looked at.
So for site users, and for up to 3 hours, it is free. But above that, it is £3 for daytime and £10 for overnight parking.
Anyway, it's a different issue, I suppose. It seems, I mean, if you want to go to King Alfred, if you want to go to the middle to town, if you want to go, I don't know about Moulsecoomb, but generally you would pay to park at a leisure centre. And if we want people to not go to park because we're worried about, it would seem the easiest way to do that is to introduce a parking charge for the first 3 hours. It could be cheap, but yeah, that's how to stop people driving.
Councillor Theobald.
Yeah, well, just come back on that. This isn't like the city centre. People got to drive there. I know there's the bus, but some people can't use the bus. But this area is not just for the health club. It's the pub there, and there's the tennis and paddle thing, and then there's other things that happen in that area. It's not just for one thing. And the bit of the Park and Ride there. So I think it's quite a fair system.
Can I ask what your question is, please, Councillor?
But I have got a question, actually. I was going to ask, this pool is supposed to be for swimming competitions and for swimming clubs. I just want to know if I couldn't see a picture, whether there's any seating, because, these clubs and that, the parents like to watch, especially young children, swimming. I wouldn't know if there's any seating in the area.
There is some dedicated seating along poolside, shown in the pink area where the cursor is now. Although it just to sort of reiterate a comment you just made, it's not a competition pool, it's a community pool. So it's not designed for competitions.
It says it in the report, it is. Under Urban Design Officer, it says it there, swimming competitions. But anyway, perhaps it's just small competitions then. But if it was some of these bigger competitions, I know, because I go sometimes with my granddaughter, she's county swimmer, so but they always have lots of seating in these pools.
Okay, thank you, Councillor. I'm just going to bring Wayne in here because, my understanding was it was because we've had discussions about parking for coaches and minibuses, but my understanding was that because it's a community pool, it will not be attracting other clubs and so forth.
Yeah, so it's presented in the proposals as a facility, and confirmed on the drawings here that it's a proposal for a 5-lane swimming pool rather than 6 lanes. That's set out in 8.5 in the committee report, and it's to ensure the applicant sets out that that's to ensure providing swimming space for the community without it being a competitive facility, and that's given the future plans to propose a competitive facility elsewhere in the city.
Ask if it's sort of associated with the clubs there, the health club, but people can go independently to go to swim as well.
Yeah, so I mean, full details of exactly how a member of the public can use it have not been provided in the context of the planning application, but it's understood in the planning application that it's part of the leisure centre, so it would be done in the same way as existing leisure centre facilities on site.
Okay, I'm sorry, I did have one more question, but if there's any coaches, do they go the same way as the buses outside on the road?
Yeah, so there's nothing set out in the proposals in terms of the retained car park for provision for coach parking on site. It's understood that that coach parking occurs off site, but there's a appreciation that there will be a continuation for coach parking to be carried out in connection with potentially with the new swimming pool facility as well. And so Alison might be able to follow up on this, but in terms of because it's not set out fully in terms of what the proposed car parking or proposed coach parking would occur. Details of how that might occur would be required as part of the conditions that are recommended.
Alistair, are you able to help us out here?
Yeah, hi.
Is there facility for coach parking, or will there be a facility for coach parking? Or
there's no facility for coach parking, and we are aware that even with existing use that takes place on 2 places, on Withdean Road on the east of site and on Tongdean Lane on the north of the site. On the east of the site, there is a loading bay which is for can be used for coaches picking up and dropping off. On Tongdean Lane to the north of the site, coaches do stop there, it appears, and drop off on double yellow lines. Now that is a permitted use of double yellow lines so long as coaches are only there for the operation of dropping off or picking up and no longer. If they're there for longer, they are committing a road traffic offence. So yeah, unfortunately the transport assessment has not included estimates of how many coaches are expected to pick up or drop off. But yeah, we expect them to carry on to use Tongdean Lane as the existing coaches do use. But if at all possible, I don't think it looks like there's particularly room for it, but we have secured a car park layout condition where we've asked that if it's at all possible, could there be a pick up and drop off point for coaches in the car park? But it might come at the cost of car parking spaces, which we also don't want to lose.
And just to follow on from that, that's confirmed in the wording of condition 19, which is set out in the late list, which included a minor amendment to include the details of coach drop-off and pick-up provision.
Okay, Councillor Parrott.
Am I allowed to ask a question about the actual pool? Cool, thank you. I wasn't sure, it just seems to be all focused on parking. Is the pool...
We're moving on from parking now.
Fabulous. Can I just check that the pool is, and the facility is completely disabled? The disability access has been fully considered and that the pool will be used by disabled communities as well as the able-bodied?
I know I've read that specifically, that it's got full access, because I read it in the pack that we were sent, but maybe somebody can...
Yeah, so outside of the site, in terms of the approach to the existing entrance of the leisure centre, there's proposals for a new and replacement dedicated ramp, which is set out in this layout proposal, is an improvement to the more windier existing ramp that leads from car park to the entrance to the leisure centre. So that's considered a potential improvement with details of the levels to ensure full compliance to allow for full access is required by a condition. And then internally, just for clarification, they're showing the existing leisure centre in this facility here, where the existing entrance is and the existing reception. And then, as part of the proposed extension, you can see, as well as the stairs to the pool hall, you can see a access ramp. And that leads to the changing facility, which includes a fully accessible changing facility and also a fully accessible toilet in that position there. And then in terms of access to the pool itself, there is a widened corner stairs, which allows for greater accessibility for those with difficulty with access. And in that square there is also showing some type of hoist or pulley system, which allows for further, it's noted as a pod lift. So again, providing full accessibility to the pool hall and the pool itself.
If I were just able to add to those comments, yeah. So we're including compliant with regulations, ramps externally and internally. We've got specific accessible changing facilities, including hoists, which is essentially a full changing space. We've got the steps and the pool pod into the pool to allow all users to be able to safely enter and exit the pool facility. We have also done quite a lot of stakeholder sort of engagement with various different stakeholders, such as Pocklington Trust, Sight Loss Council, and taken their ideas on board into the design of the pool and the surrounding areas. Swim England have also endorsed the pool and the facilities generally.
Councillor Sheard.
Thank you. Just quickly want to touch on DM42 and CP11 because I know it's in the report it recites that the physical construction itself is not being built on the floodplain, but the wider site is built on part of a floodplain. Obviously, if there is flooding on the site, it's going to have a much greater damage on water contamination because obviously water on chlorinated water is probably not the best mix. So what is being put in place to make sure that that worst case, the 1 in 100 storm hits us, that there is no flooding will be hitting the site?
So our drainage has been assessed as part of the planning process. It will be assessed again via a condition. We have designed for a 1 in 100 year storm event, and with the addition of the 45% for the climate change on top of that. So from sort of the designer's view, we're comfortable that that it's covered. We've got a mixture of drainage on site, so we are introducing some stormwater attenuation, which then will feed into the natural soakaways already on the site. The overflow car park as well. That's not that's a permeable paving system, and the substrata to that sort of ground has been tested for its infiltration rate, so that any rain and heavy rainwater will naturally soak away, and then we'll obviously be conditioned to certain flow limits within the drainage on the site as well. As I say, they're all form part of the further condition discharge to deal with that, so they would be approved again to ensure that the council are happy with those.
I'm just going to bring in Wayne on this.
Just to follow on from the applicant's response to that, in terms of the planning considerations, set out that SUDs are proposed for the site and SUDs are recognised as effective management of surface water contamination into the groundwater. The actual details of how the water will be collected in and around the extension and the site are not set out in detail. So there's conditions 3 and 13, which require details of the management and maintenance plan of surface water drainage. It is noted by the local authority drainage team that the current car park surface water drains to a swale which runs along the northern edge of the site. So somewhere here. So it's likely that feature will potentially be utilised to deal with future surface water designs. So the condition will set out the method of how water accumulated on site will reach those areas where water can disperse and not worsen areas of potential localised flooding off-site, such as on the highway.
Does anyone else have any more questions? May I? I actually had flooding on my list because I was concerned about that, so but you answered that, that's brilliant. I think, transport seems to have been covered. Could I just ask, sorry, I'm looking at my running list of things. Here we go. Yes, it was about biodiversity net gain. I know that some of the conditions are BNG related, and I just wanted to ask, is it going to be off-site? And also, what is the situation in terms of tree planting on the site? Thank you.
Yeah, so firstly, in relation to the biodiversity net gain proposals, yes, so what they're proposing is satisfactory in terms of setting out that they can gain a minimum gain of 10% biodiversity net gain, but that would be a combination of on-site provision in terms of the landscaping proposals that are set out on the plan shown now on the screen, but also because because that doesn't reach, that wouldn't reach 10% alone because of the calculations in terms of what's being lost in terms of existing grassland. The proposal is to purchase units off-site in order to reach that 10%. That's deemed to be an appropriate way of reaching a minimum 10% biodiversity net gain. So the county ecologist is satisfied that can happen, and as part of the conditions, they will need to provide an update, include any characterisation of the site that may not be fully set out in the biodiversity net gain assessment as it currently is. And so again, it's appropriate that the condition seeks to clarify and what can be provided on site as part of the overall net gain on site. In terms of the second question in relation to trees, so the proposal is for 34 small trees across the site. The ones that are shown on the plan indicatively are 7 to the west of the sports hall, so that's in that that bank area next to the proposed extension. But then there's also proposals and provision for 11 to the northeast of the site, which is just to the north, so that's fronting onto the road there, and then also 16 around the perimeter of the tennis courts. The proposals are indicative, and they're not the locations and types are not exactly shown at this stage, but they will be details of those will be provided at condition stage.
Are we losing any trees?
Yes, so the loss of the two trees that are lost are shown. They're located in the area where the proposed overflow car park is proposed. So this is a photo of the existing trees on site, and you can see the two trees that are lost are in the corner here, so in replacement of where some of the proposed car parking spaces will be. It's important to note, however, that the majority of the trees in that area are retained, the ones to the north, which are mostly unaffected, and then the two that are most affected but are retained, because they're in close proximity to some of the parking spaces. They will be protected during construction. They do require some pruning to give height clearance for vehicles nearby. The two that are lost, again, I'll just take you to this photo. The two that are lost, one here and one behind the two taller trees. One's characterised as unsuitable for retention due to its poor quality. The other one has more of a visual amenity to it, but on balance, given the proposal for 34 new trees across the site, it's considered acceptable for that tree to be lost, and given that the more visually important and healthier trees are retained and protected as part of the proposals.
Okay, thank you. Shall we move to debate? Maureen, would you like to start us on the debate?
Could I ask who's going to look after the new trees? Because we've had a few disasters about new trees dying in unsuitable conditions. So I just wondered what was going to happen about that. Thank you.
Sorry, we're obviously not moving to debate. Sorry, just a final question from Councillor.
Yeah, so all of the proposed trees are on site. So it would be, I suppose, it would be expected that it would be the landowner to have control and maintenance over them. We haven't got maintenance details of the proposed trees, as I said before. Not the exact location and type of the trees aren't set out at this stage. However, condition 11 is the protection of existing trees. but the proposed landscaping is condition 22, and that secures details of management and ongoing maintenance for any trees are planted within a period of 5 years from the completion of development are secured in terms of details to ensure their ongoing maintenance during that time period.
Councillor Theobald.
Looking at that thing up there, is it that big tree that's going up?
No, it's the one behind it.
It's not that one.
Yeah, no, we were just told that there's one next door and one behind it.
So what is it? Don't know.
So this is a close-up photo, so you can see that tree in the background, and it's more clear that the taller trees in the foreground are the ones that are retained. And then there is a cherry tree which is proposed to be removed, which has been set out as unsuitable for retention due to its poor quality. And there's also a cypress tree at the back there as well, which is proposed to be removed.
Any more questions, or shall we move to debate? Who would like to start? Debate or question, Councillor Theobald? Debate. Okay, let's start.
Thank you. I thought the building is rather bland from this side, you know, looking against the other, the glass-fronted one. I know there's a net reduction of 12 cars, and we're losing a few trees. The car parking does concern me a bit, because it's very high use now, you know, for the park and ride, and the health club and the pub. But so that I know that, you know, it is a bit of a worry that it's going to be an overspill there. But although I have my concerns about the car parking, I think it's wonderful to have a decent swimming pool, quite near me actually. So I think, and to have some training there with clubs is excellent, because my children learnt to swim at Chevreuse in King Alfred. You know, it is good, but when you live by the sea, you should all be able to swim, and especially children. So, you know, that'd be great, and it'd be very good, healthier lifestyle for, of course, older people as well. So, all in all, I think it's a good application. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Sheard.
Thank you, Chair. I promise to keep this quick, but a quick little anecdote. Growing up on the Isle of Wight, there is an old saying that aged 10 you would be chucked into the sea to see if you floated or sank. If you floated, you were a proper islander, and if you sank, you were a filthy mainlander. And that's how supposedly the nickname of corkheads for people from the Isle of Wight came about. So parents teaching their kids to swim was a very big part of my childhood life. And I agree with Councillor Theobald. We should absolutely make sure that anyone who lives near the sea can swim, because you never know when that's going to come in handy. Or more importantly, it's going to could even come in as a lifesaver for some people. Could the building look more interesting? Yes, but at the same time, it could also look a lot more boring, and it could be a lot more boring. Is it reducing car parking spaces? Yes, but at the same time, it's delivering an absolutely phenomenal amenity to the local area. And I think the benefits that this will offer the people of Brighton will outweigh the loss of the parking spaces. So I believe on that basis, we should vote in favour of this.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Shanks.
Yeah, I'm really pleased to see it come, and it's been a while, being proposed quite a while ago. Yeah, I mean, I just think we need to join up, you know, so if we're talking about being healthy and active, and actually getting to the place to be healthy and active in a healthy and active way, either on a bike or on a, you know, walking a bit, is a good idea. So I don't really see a problem. I mean, I think it just needs to be that you think about that when you're using a gym, or you know, that you're getting there in the more active travel way, because Brighton's pretty good at being active, but you know, can always be better. So yeah, no, it's very good. And actually, there is a new cycle lane now, isn't there, along the bottom there? So it'll be easier to cycle. I didn't check about cycling. I'm sure there is cycling provision, parking. Yeah.
Councillor Robinson.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I think it's fantastic to have a nice new swimming pool, and I'm looking even further forward to the new leisure centre we're going to get at King Alfred. But anyway, back to the matter at hand. Yes, this is absolutely fantastic. Yeah, there's a little bit of pressure with parking, but I'm sure we'll work that through with the transport plan, etc. Yeah, what's not to like? We'll all have to use bikes and buses more often to get there. Thank you.
Councillor Earthy.
Yeah, I disagree with the last two. I agree with the last two speakers. Yeah, it's a fantastic addition to our amenities in the city. I did raise some issues over the car parking. I think that's been done to death now. But I agree with Councillor Shanks. I'd like to make it as easy as possible to get there by public transport. So I think there is only one bus, isn't it, at 27? But I may be wrong, it's in my area. So, yeah, so as long as it's easy to get there by public transport, great, build it.
Thank you, Councillor. I will throw my two pence in and say the same. It's apparently 40 years since we've last had a new public facility, swimming pool, such as this. So I think it's going to be a great addition. I agree, I know we've talked to death, as everyone says, about the parking, but it is important to make sure that we get that right. And I think if we've got stuff in the travel plan to make sure that there are, you know, that it's getting covered by the conditions, that's brilliant. And I will be voting in favour. Shall we go straight to a vote? All those in favour?
Thank you, Chair. That's a unanimous agreement. Thank you very much.
Thank you to our planning officer, Wayne. Shall we take a 10-minute break?
I've got to return the car by a certain time, so I've only got an hour left, so I don't know if we're going to take any.
You don't want to take a break? I think we need one.
No, I'm happy to take a break. I'm just saying I probably might have to dip out for this one because I've got to get back.
We'll take a 10-minute break until 20 past. Thank you.
I'll see how it goes.
Very patient residents sitting there, you are good. Sorry, we should have possibly warned you 3 hours ago that it would be a long afternoon. Let's move on to, we've got item F, which is 4 Bennett Drive, and we have Matthew who's going to do the presentation for us.
Thank you, Chair. Good evening, committee. Yes, this application relates to number 4 Bennett Drive, BH 2025-01832. Planning permission is sought for the erection of a single-storey rear extension.
We've got the wrong one up.
Oh, so that's not what's displaying on my... Apologies, hold on. Let's try that again. No, you were right to do that. Let's try that.
Yes, that's correct.
Yes,
yeah.
sorry.
It's working now. Yeah, it's right
Good.
now.
Excellent. Okay, sorry. Number 4 Bennett Drive, BH 2025-01832. Is that changing on the screen? Good, yes, okay. The application description is, planning permission to a residential detached house, and it's sought for the erection of a single-storey rear extension, the enlargement of rear first-floor dormers, and the installation of a rear terrace and associated alterations. Here is a map of the application site. You've got Shirley Drive to the east of that, Bennett Drive running along the top of that screen, and Woodruff Avenue beneath. And number 4 Bennett Drive is there in the middle of Bennett Drive where the arrow is pointing. Just showing you the aerials, a copy of the site. Some location plans showing that really it's the rear gardens of a number of properties on Treadcroft Road and Bennett Drive that will converge at the rear of the property. 3D aerial photo of the site. This is the front elevation as existing. Officers have undertaken a site visit, so these are photos taken from that site visit. This is the existing rear elevation, sides. The block plan there in red shows you the amount of extension that's going to be taking place at ground floor level. And here we've got existing and proposed ground floor plans. So what you'll see on the left-hand side, you'll see the sunroom conservatory that you saw in the photographs. The extension is being proposed to extend another metre or so beyond that. So on the right-hand side is the proposed ground floor plans. You'll see that that's an extension just across the majority of the width there, but retaining some separation to the sides. And then at first floor level, on top of that ground floor extension, effectively the dormers will be extended from the roof over the original eaves and over onto that rear extension, and then the rear of that space would then be used as a raised terrace area. Either side of that terraced area are proposed to be 1.5 metre high privacy screens, and those are to be secured by conditions, so those would be on both the the north and southern ends. So just in very brief terms, the existing in front is only altering the sense of the garage door is being replaced there on the left-hand side with a window. And then at the rear, this is the existing rear elevation showing the dormers up the roof. So the proposed, because of the land levels, basically the ground floor extension would then be constructed level with the rest of the ground floor, but obviously looks quite a lot higher here on the left-hand side particularly. And then the eaves of those would exceed the eaves of the main roof and the area of that flat roof above it, but only the area directly in front of those dormers would be retained as a raised terrace. I think the application did originally propose that the terrace extended the full width, and that has been amended and brought in to be just in line with those dormer windows, as you can see there. Existing side elevation, so you can see the bulk of the dormer going across and onto that flat roof as existing, with the roof terrace there on the left-hand side. Existing north and proposed north, same thing again from the other side. 8 objections have been received to the proposal around inappropriate height, overdevelopment, overshadowing, restriction of views, and loss of privacy overlooking into the garden areas. We have also received, as a part of the verbal update, we have received since the latest was published, an additional representation which is from somebody who has already raised representations already and raises nothing new, but repeats the objection around overdevelopment and potential loss of privacy. One comment has been received supporting the proposal for good designs, and Councillor Lyons has objected to the proposal on the grounds of overdevelopment. For us, the key considerations are design and appearance and impact on amenity. And the conclusion and planning balance is ultimately that there was an approved scheme in 2019 where this scheme that's before you now increases a further metre on from what was approved in 2019. Also in 2019, the roof dormers did not have a raised terrace that extended beyond them. They had Juliet balconies, effectively restricting the use of that area. So this application does exceed that, but subject really to the conditions requiring the privacy screens, particularly that this application is not considered to be far and over above what was already approved in 2019. And as I say, subject to the securing of those privacy screens, the application is recommended for an approval. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's go to the residents. So we have Mr. Colin Hawkins, is that right? Who's going to come and talk to us? Good afternoon, Mr. Hawkins. Thank you so much for being so patient. If you press the right-hand button on your microphone, and then when you start speaking, it will you'll be timed, and you have 3 minutes. I'll give you a 30-second reminder when you've got 30 seconds left. So, in your own time.
I am Colin Hawkins, and we have lived at 2 Bennett Drive, the adjacent bungalow, for 27 years. We strongly object to this proposed 2-storey extension and the overwhelming first-floor terrace. Contrary to the planning conclusion, the inclusion of the terrace represents a massive increase on the 2019 extensions. It represents a complete invasion of our privacy and of our neighbours, and will be a major source of noise and overlooking. People on the first floor terrace will have a commanding view over us and neighbouring gardens, and particularly over an area where we like to sit in our garden. The terrace will have an elevated grandstand view. Houses adjacent to number 4, in especially Woodruff and Treadcroft, have their living and bedrooms on the garden side, and so will be disproportionately affected, being particularly susceptible to overlooking, loss of privacy and noise from the proposed first floor terrace. Screens are ineffectual, ugly and out of keeping. In the 2019 application, the inclusion of any balcony terrace at first floor level was categorically refused and limited to Juliet's balconies. The applicant was advised that limited extension agreed at that time was, quote, the limit that could be enlarged, and further increases were unlikely to be supported. It removed any outside space at first floor level. The planning department needs to be consistent. We can't understand why it has been recommended for approval now. This is the 6th application for extension of this property and represents extreme overdevelopment. It adds no extra bedrooms, is to the benefit of the developer and the detriment of the neighbourhood. The house is already large, with a self-contained building in the garden, often let on Airbnb. Objections to this new application have been raised by many neighbours, and we also represent a number who are too elderly to make online submissions. The applicant is a developer, and number 4 Bennett Drive is house to trade, to be bought and sold as needed. It is for sale with right move. The application was an invasion of privacy in 2019, and even more overlooking in the 2025 version. It is the benefit of one and to the detriment of many. Our house is our home.
Sorry, I do beg your pardon.
Can't go on. Sorry.
all right. We've had you. Oh, Mr. Hawkins, are you okay? Thank you. Thank you very much.
I get very emotional. That developer is spoiling my house.
I'm so sorry. Thank you. Would you mind turning your microphone off, please?
How do I do it?
Just the same button you pressed it.
Oh, okay.
Oh, lovely. Thank you so much. And I'm sorry. Do please go and have a seat. We don't have anybody speaking on behalf of the applicant, so we'll go straight to questions. Or anybody's got questions of the planning officers? Councillor Sheard.
Thank you very much. I note that in relevant history, in 2014, there was an enlargement to the first floor was proposed and was rejected on the basis of excessive size and over dominance. What separates that planning application with the one in front of us today?
Just bear with me for a second while I bring up the plans for that particular one. I have on the presentation, I have copies of the plans from 2019, which was the last approval. But I appreciate you're asking about the 2014, 2013 application, so I shall bring that up for you now. Is that displaying? That's displaying the uniform. Yeah. That's not displaying the right thing, is it? Oh, yes, there we are. So hopefully you can see that. So these are the scanned-in plans from the 2013 application, which are showing a number of other roof alterations over and above what we have on the site now. And just look at, I think those are the existing plans. Appreciate this is not too easy to see. So you've got this work with the existing front elevation, as you see, in the middle of the screen, with the garage on the left-hand side. And then the proposed front elevation would involve, and this time, increasing the size of the middle dormer at that point. And I think that's roughly it for the front elevation. If we look at the rear elevation is not there. The roof plan is showing you that clearly there might be, that the rear roof was remaining from the looks of things, as was. There seems to be very little difference between the existing proposed rear elevation based on the roof plan there. So I'm afraid we're not actually able to provide any further clarification than that in terms of what was on the 2013. Would it be useful to show you the 2019 application, which was the last that was approved? Okay, so on your screen shortly, working? Yes.
Yes,
so this is the scheme that was proposed in 2019. So this shows that there would be, again, the alteration to the garage, the installation of Velux, a gable on the front elevation, as is, to be extended. And then at the rear, it was a much more, perhaps arguably modest roof extension with enlargements to those two rear dormers, but they were also to be interconnected and with Juliet balconies to either one. And then fairly similarly scaled ground floor extension was proposed at that time. I think it may just be useful as well. Do bear with me a second. Okay, so yeah. Just to show you the aerial photography of the area. So in addition to the presentation, so we have Mr. Hawkins' property there at number 2. This is the application site, and those dormers would be extended further forward with privacy screens, as I said before, to the north and south side. But that's just to give you a sense of that relationship with those properties.
Councillor Robinson.
Thank you, Chair. So am I getting it right that the fundamental change here really is that there's a balcony, whereas before it was just a balcony that you could you fit a table and chairs on it? Balcony rather than a Juliet. Answer that, then I'll come back.
Right, so the fundamental, well, one of the fundamental changes between this and the 2019, in 2019, they were Juliet balconies, so you couldn't go, you had no external platform area. So these dormers are being extended slightly more than were proposed in 2019, and the ground floor extension is also being proposed to be slightly larger too. And then the flat roof of that within a contained area would be used as a raised terrace, yes.
Do you want to come back, Councillor?
Yes. How much more is it being, so I'm sorry, I'm sure you've already said this, but how much more is it being extended out?
I think the report confirms that the ground floor extension is going an additional metre over what was approved in 2019. Well, it'd be separated between 3 and 4 from the two side boundaries. Let's see if I can find the full extent. It would project about 3.5 metres from the original rear wall of the dwelling. Yes, so where you had that conservatory, ignoring that conservatory effectively. Would it help if I showed you a photograph again? Okay.
Sorry, I'm just going to finish this. I'll get to you in a sec, Councillor Earthy. I'm just finishing with Councillor Robinson.
So this area on the left is where the existing conservatory is, so it's 3.5 metres from this wall here at ground floor. Does that make sense to you? And then you can see that on the right hand side, the extent of that change at ground floor.
Councillor Earthy.
Yeah, just a couple of questions. So technically then, is a one-storey extension that you can walk on the roof of still only is a one-storey extension? Or because technically, if you can walk on the roof, they've actually extended the bedroom above it because they can walk out of it. So that was the first question. The other thing, you'll probably hate me for asking this, can you go back to that photograph that you were showing about 5 minutes ago where we talked about views and things? As you said, this is the thing, from the back. Can you call that back easily? I just want to explore the invasion of privacy thing, because I wasn't quite sure it was an unambiguous invasion of privacy. Yeah, there we are. So can you point out the appropriate property? I think it's the one where you are now, right? Okay. So if you put a balcony there somewhere, it looks like to my left, which is those group things, those trees will be massively in the way to stop any invasion of privacy there. So mainly invasion of privacy is the property on the other side of it. Is that right? Yeah, where you are. Yeah, I'm just trying to understand where the invasion of privacy, because that kind of cluster of trees there will probably block the view, but to the other side it looks like it would be an invasion of privacy. Yeah, so that's a question really, just to try to understand more the invasion of privacy angle. It is on. Oh, off.
Thank you, Councillor. To be very clear, the roof dormers are also being extended. So yes, the ground floor extension is being proposed, but the roof dormers are also being extended. And then the remainder of that flat roof is what is being proposed to be used as a raised terrace. The two privacy screens either side are identified as being 1.5 metres high. So whilst that won't remove all overlooking, of course, it will remove the majority of the overlooking, particularly when people are seated and using that area. If you look at the projection being around about there, that's where roughly where the extension would go to, and roughly where the extent of the terrace would be. So with the screens to either side, the views predominantly, aside from when somebody is entering and exiting, the views predominantly would be to the lower parts of the gardens either side. Obviously, it is accepted that there would be some degree of overlooking directly towards number 2, particularly to that rear conservatory, when access is being provided. I guess it would be open to councillors to alter the condition and require the 1.8 metre screens if they considered that higher would be better. But otherwise, obviously, it's up to councillors to determine the application as they see fit, based on our recommendation.
Councillor Robinson.
Thank you. I can understand the concern of the residents, and it's difficult when applications like this come. but we have to comply to planning standards and the law. So I'm putting you on the spot here a little bit, but what makes this, so you've deemed that we should approve this. What makes it approvable? What makes it so that we don't have to, sorry, again, it's been a long day, take in the considerations of the residents more strongly? Thank you.
I suppose this is a particularly, the element of overlooking is a subjective area, I guess. And officers considered that as I say, initially with the application, we had the size of the roof terrace reduced. We did think it was entirely unneighbourly as it was first proposed. With the screens either side at 1.5, we considered that it's comparable and reasonably consistent with other decisions we make across the city in regards to roof terraces and overlooking. So I think our principal objection as planning officers is when you create views directly into houses. That really is where we, in terms of our general approach, is where we draw the line, so to speak, and if that can't be mitigated. In terms of garden areas, the garden area closest to somebody's house is probably the most sensitive, but overlooking of garden areas in total is not something that's wholly unacceptable, because we live in a city where there's a lot of mutual overlooking, and there is some degree of mutual overlooking already at that site.
Councillor Theobald?
Yeah, this is quite different from 2019. This is much bigger and open. I mean, if you stand up on the balcony, you can look over, can't you? And, you know, so you're overlooked, even with the side, you know, having any screening. It's still there, isn't it? It seems to be a lot of...
Do you have a question, Councillor?
Extensions, doesn't there?
Do you have a question?
I'm just saying that if you're saying somebody can sit down on the seat, but they can stand up as well, and you know, so they're overlooked.
Councillor Shanks.
Yeah, so when you did the site visit, were you able to, I mean, you can't obviously step into thin air, so I suppose, were you able to either go into the neighbour's garden or to look out of the height of where, you know, to see what, because it's often difficult to envisage, isn't it, really? Sorry.
That's quite right. I should be clear that I'm representing another officer at this moment, so I personally didn't attend the site. I don't know if we did. I've got some photos of the site visit. I'm just trying to see if there were any taken from a high level. There were some.
But it's not existing yet, so you won't be able to...
No, but these are views from the dorm as existing, so you'll be able to get some sense. Please bear with me. I'll try and share the right page again. Let's hope that works. Are we seeing a photograph? Yes. So these are photos taken by the planning officer at their visit. This is a photo straight down the rear, taken from those dormer windows. And this is a view towards number 2 Bennett Drive, which you saw. So I suppose you'd be seeing this view from a little bit further out if there wasn't a privacy screen there. If that makes sense to members. Perhaps more sort of the extent of the terrace would perhaps be where you can see that guttering at the bottom where my cursor is. I don't know if well that's showing. Obviously, it would extend out beyond that to some degree.
Councillor Robinson? What are you pointing at? The chairs and stuff you can see
Whirly, the washing line, that's part of number 4, not number 2.
Yeah, that's part of it.
So there's a tree blocking, and thinking about privacy to number 2, that's where the tree is, yeah?
Yes,
yeah.
the number... Sorry, I believe that tree to be in the garden of number 2.
Can I ask a question? Matthew, you mentioned about screening privacy screens, you said that they were north and south, is that right? Are they but they're on the sides. It's difficult, I couldn't quite work out where north and south was. So the garden is west facing or something, is it? Or, yeah, okay. Okay, so they're at the side. And then you mentioned that there was a possibility that we could put a condition of a higher screen in. Because, I mean, Councillor Theobald, for example, has just mentioned that people could stand up on the terrace. What's the height of the screening at the moment, privacy screens at the moment? 1.5.
Yes, sorry, it's under condition 5, it's secured at 1.5.
And you're proposing?
I'm proposing that the condition is remained at 5. It would be open, I think it would be open to councillors to take a vote on an amended condition if you saw fit.
How high could we go?
Well, 1.8 would be 1.8 is usually the highest sort of standard that we would normally go for with it. Right? Yes, but I mean, that's sort of, your average purchased garden fence height.
Okay, something to think about. If there aren't any more questions, do we want to go to debate? Who would like to start the debate? Councillor Sheard and then Councillor Theobald.
I'm going to start by being controversial, as everyone likes it. I actually have some concerns with this application. I think the introduction of a balcony is concerning because from what I have been able to gain through viewing the online maps, this will be one of the only balconies within the neighbourhood and therefore wouldn't fit within the local neighbourhood design as laid out within CP12. Point 3, I think, 2 or 3 out on the top of my head. And I think the introduction of the privacy balconies will only continue to deter away from the look of the local neighbourhood instead of enhancing it. So, and I think making it bigger will, if anything, make the development worse, not better. And I think there is a history of rejecting applications from this site for overdevelopment, and I think this is just that this repetition will only continue that theme of overdevelopment. So I am on the fence, but I am very much on the side. I am very much leaning towards rejecting this application.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Theobald.
Yeah, this is rather an unusual balcony. It tends to go round, so it's got a view all over, I think. I don't like it. It's really unfair to the neighbours next door. There seems to be many extensions on this property. I think they come to their limit, really, and I think they're just a bridge too far, this, from my thought. I don't think it's fair on the neighbours. I know what it's like myself, so I've got somebody's built a house with we didn't realise it was going to be come out all the back of the property, and it upsets all the neighbours. I'd go against this one because it's not fair on the neighbours there. It's just too much. And it's the developer that's doing it. They don't care what's happening.
Do we know that it's a developer? I'm not sure that we do, and are we allowed to take that into consideration?
We don't know that. We don't know. All we know is the applicant is the owner of number 4.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. Councillor Nan.
Just via you, Chair, I'd like to inquire if Councillor Sheard would reject it with 1.8 screens.
My fear of the 1.8 screens is that it would further detract from the neighbourhood, from the overall urban grain and the outlook of the identified neighbourhood. I think making them bigger makes that more noticeable and more cutting away from the grain. So I'd, in fact, be more tempted to vote against this on the basis that the screens are grown, not increase my chance of voting for it.
Councillor Winder.
Yeah, I think it looks like quite a jumble of bits and pieces of extensions and overlooking from different perspectives. So I do think it's something that we ought to think carefully about and hopefully reject. Thank you.
Councillor Robinson.
I think it's already a jumble. So I think increasing the size of the privacy screen would do quite a lot of good. Looking at the pictures of exactly how the overlooking from the picture that you showed earlier, Matthew, it didn't seem that serious, that bad to me. So I think I'm likely to vote with it, with the higher privacy screen.
Councillor Shanks. I think Councillor Sheard convinced me that I can vote against this with a good reason to vote against it.
It's very difficult. I mean, you've made our residents have made a good case, and it did look a real jumble to me already. It's difficult because it's a bit of a mess, and I wouldn't want to be living next door to it where people could stand up and look over a screen at me. So I'm conflicted. Councillor Earthy, did you want to say something?
Yeah, I could be brief. I just think it's just a case of overdevelopment, so I'm afraid I shall be voting against it on those grounds.
Shall we go to a vote? All those in favour?
3.
All those against?
1, 2, 3. 4.
6 against.
So, Chair, to confirm, that's 3, 4 and 6 against the officer's recommendation for approval.
Could I ask my deputy to give us his?
Thank you. I would like to propose an objection on the basis of overdevelopment that goes against the urban grain of the local community, and for an invasion, and the extension being an invasion of privacy of neighbouring properties as laid out in CP12 of City Plan Part 1 and DM21 of City Plan Part 2.
And who would like to second? TJ. Councillor Earthy, thank you. Thank you very much. I hope it was. Oh, sorry. I do beg your pardon. There's another vote. Sorry. Beg your pardon.
Yeah. So we're going to hold an independent vote where we ask all of the members to give their vote independently. So we'll be voting for the motion to refuse the application for overdevelopment invasion of privacy under CP12 and DM21. Is that correct, Councillor?
CP12 and DM21.
Yeah. And we shall second final wording to be agreed by the officers. Seconded by Councillor Earthy. So can I start with Councillor Sheard? How do you vote? Councillor Shanks, how do you vote?
For.
Thank you. Councillor Cattell, how do you vote? Oh, sorry, Councillor Cattell's gone. Thank you. Councillor Nann, how do you vote? Thank you. Councillor Robinson, how do you vote? Councillor Earthy, how do you vote? Councillor Theobald, how do you vote? Councillor Parrott, how do you vote? Councillor Winder, how do you vote? And finally, Chair, how do you vote?
For.
So that means that the application is refused, with 6 for the motion that was proposed by Councillor Sheard and 3 against, because the total is 9 now that Councillor Cattell has left the meeting. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Shall we move on to the final application of the day, which is item E. Matthew, are you prepared to talk us through it? Excellent, thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, okay, final item today, item E, which is 70 North Street, Portslade, BS 2025-01397. This application is the refurbishment of an existing builder's merchants, including a single-storey extension on the south elevation of the existing customer service building and the reconfiguration of the site layout. The application has been subject to several amendments that have reduced the scale of the proposed extension to ensure some greater separation from the boundaries of this commercial building with some residential properties on Albion Street. A daylight sunlight report was submitted as part of the application in support of the amendments also. Why is that not working? Come on, there we go. So yes, this application effectively relates to Dewson's over in Portslade. It's a quick map of the application site. Wellington Road, Coast Road effectively running down the southern part of your screen, and then Church Road on the left-hand side, Boundary Road on the right-hand side. So the site is effectively on an industrial estate in between the two. You can see residential properties of St Andrews Road running along the northern part of the boundary of the site, and the residential properties of Albion Street running along the western side. There is the aerial photo of the site, so showing it in its kind of relatively industrial context amongst other buildings. There is the Dewsons site, so the red line there is showing you the entirety of the application site owned by Dewsons. And Dewsons, the application relates to effectively the buildings that you see in the middle there of your screen. I'll come back to some of the other detail, but as part of the area there in green is where the proposed extension would be. And you can see it again there as proposed extension in the middle part of the screen. Now that is on a set of existing parking spaces that are used to serve this part of the building. This part of the building is sort of the retail trade counter element of it, where people will go to pick up materials from. On the right, you can see that collection parking would then be redistributed to there, and some other sort of bays would be reorganised around that sort of central area, effectively also. The buildings would have a bit of an overhaul as well, so with a light blue trim and dark grey cladding. So they would be sort of effectively spruced up a little bit, but that flat roof building that you see there in the middle of your screen is the extension that is proposed. So you can just see it there in your bottom left there. But this is obviously part of a set of combined warehouses in the middle of the site. That's proposed front elevation in drawing form. What you'll see, what I need to draw your attention to really are the properties of Albion Street on the left-hand side. So they are to the west of the site, and they are naturally set down at a much lower level than the application site is. When the application originally came in, the extension, which is in dark blue there in front of you, effectively was all the way to the side of the existing warehouse building. So as a result of amendments, that's now been set in between 3.8 and 4 metres from the residential rear gardens. And that's been considered to balance in favour of an approval. The extension is deep, as you can see, and it stretches pretty much across the full width of that building. As you can again see in those visuals there, replacing those parking areas, so the disabled parking bay would be relocated. A slight reorganisation there, and the removal of some of the effective stuff that's being left around there, but those parking spaces again would be redistributed across the site, but particularly the customer parking, which I've shown you in an earlier slide, which would be to the right-hand side by these racks that you can see on the existing photo at the left. But there we are with the existing and proposed visuals. This is from the west. Oh, sorry, I've got something in the way of my screen. That's from West Street. Oh, as you come into the site from the south. This is the area where the extension would be erected, so over those parking spaces there. That window there, which you can see, which is close to the residential properties, would actually be overclad in part of the proposal, so that would be a slight benefit to the residents as part of this application, so that would actually improve some of the amenity impacts. And you can sort of see the relationship of these residential properties as they exist with the warehouse buildings on North Street already. This is a view towards those Albion Street properties, and on the right-hand side there is where the customer or pick-up parking is proposed to be redistributed to as part of the plans. And again, that's supposed to the site entering from the south and Chapel Place. 13 objections have been received around inappropriate height, overdevelopment, overshadowing, loss of views, light and sunlight, and as well as a number of other representations in objection. Councillor Robbins has objected to the proposals also. For us, the main considerations are the design and appearance of the extension and the refurbishment, and the impact, of course, of that extension on neighbouring properties, and along with any site layout changes, including any reductions in parking. In conclusion and planning balance, the proposed extension has got an acceptable design. The material, finish and colour of the general refurbishment of existing structures is considered to be acceptable. The extension now being set off that boundary with Albion Street is now considered to be what makes the application acceptable in planning terms, and would no longer be overbearing or cause any harmful impacts to the Albion Street properties. The reduction of parking spaces is not considered to be of a concern with regard to the overspill parking, and no objection. The cycle parking has been requested by the Highways Authority, and we have recommended that by approval, by condition. So the overall recommendation is to approve the application.
Councillor Robinson.
Thank you, Chair. You whizzed through that very quickly. Thank you on one hand, but on another hand, we need to keep up. So, I'd just like to understand the effects on the residents in Albion Street. So, could you pull up the slides where you show the relationship of the current building to Albion Street, and tell us what exactly is going to be built there. So there was the chain fence and other bit.
So just bear with me while I sort the screen sharing out again. I think this is the image that you wanted to see. This is the next image. So yeah, okay. So I guess if you want to, obviously the earlier slides show that we've got this. If you look there on the right, it's a flat roof building that's being extended off the front of the existing building with the Jewson logo on it. Does that make sense? So you've got a ground floor flat roof extension. If you can see that like that, so that shows how that's been pushed back from that boundary with the residential properties. So the residential properties are all on the left-hand side of this image, particularly. Those are the ones that are set lower in level, as you can see in this photograph here.
Go down the side.
So the change would be that over where you can see on this image, where you can see I guess the cars on the right-hand side, effectively that car is roughly in line with where the extension would be. It would be a flat roof extension extending across away from there, separated. It would run along the face of the building, but it would be separated from the residential gardens. Yes, single story, yes.
Councillor Shear.
Thank you, Chair. My main concern with this one was looking at the reduction in parking spaces at the front that the extension will be building over. As a site that specialises in construction tools and things like that, I imagine very few, if any, people would be any customers I should say, are going to be going there by foot or by bike. The majority will be going there by car or by van. I know you said there's overspill parking, but I can't see any excess parking on the plans that have been put in front of me, and I was rather concerned that the transport team have not raised any form of comment on parking for customers visiting the site, because I don't want to put excess pressure on the residential road surrounding the site.
Thank you, Councillor. Yes, I'm just going to again see if I can share an image which may help. Okay, so I'm just going to show you a couple of things. One is, this is the proposed site area. So again, that red line is all of the land that is controlled by Jewsons. And I guess the area here, which is considered really quite unlikely that anyone would want to be, carrying particularly, heavy things from some of the residential properties around. So the majority of vehicles are expected to access that site. It is considered there is suitable space around that warehouse building for cars and vans to double park or to park without obstructing any of the public highways or interfering with public parking.
Thank you. I just wanted to check. It was my belief from reading the plan that the collection zone was in place on the current plan. Is that not the current use for that stretch along the warehouse side?
So I'll just show you again the existing situation, which is probably easiest done with aerial photography. So you can see the aerial photography there is showing you that actually that area there is actually identified for no parking at the moment. So that would be a key difference. I'm not sure. I mean, I guess these spaces could be used for staff. Sorry, where the extension is going at the moment, it's not clear whether those are being used by staff or people picking up building materials. But certainly that would be a change from where it's existing marked as no parking to be collection and delivery parking.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Chair. So I'm just probably just going to split hairs here. Also, Jewson is the kind of place that the people with the vans and things go by appointment. They go there, they're going to collect it and they leave. So I don't think people are going to hang around there for any great length of time, are they? It's not like B&Q or something with a hamburger thing in the car park. No, seriously, but Jewson, it's a more wholesale supply. And, you go there, collect it and leave. So where was the new pickup point or collection point? I couldn't tell from that map.
So again, just going back to that same slide really, I don't know how well the cursor is showing up. It's on the southern part of the main warehouse building there. So there's words there that say collection parking. That's where it's anticipated that Jewsons would redirect collection parking to.
Councillor Theobald, do you have a question?
It says it'd be 4 metres high, but it's on higher ground, isn't it? So it will be higher up. Against Elgin Street is down, isn't it? It talks about 22 metres wide. It's quite a big building, isn't it? 22 metres wide. It doesn't look like that when it was up there. But yeah, it's difficult. I mean, whoever built that, the existing large building, I thought it's terrible that it's so near the houses there. It's awful, awful.
So if you can see, yes, and Councillor, you are right, it's 22 and a bit metres wide, but that's against the existing face of the building. So I'm just hoping that can sort of ease your concerns about it.
It's long, it's not 22 metres high.
Exactly, yeah.
That's the other way around. Yeah. It's not, doesn't mean how.
That's what I thought.
Yeah, well,
it's 22 metres long. Yeah. Any more questions? Not wide. Okay. Debate? Councillor Sheard?
Thank you everyone for allowing me to dabble in this very quickly. As I said, my main concern was parking spilling out onto residential streets, because I think the last thing residents along there are going to want are their children hearing the bloomings and heckings of tradesfolk dropping new tools as they were trying to walk back to their van. So I just wanted to make sure that there was enough parking regime in there, because it seemed that the transport team is more focused on cycle storage and cycle parking, which I don't think is going to see much use on the site. Hence why, but I am satisfied and also on the existing plans they had noted that where it says no parking, that as Matt showed us, it's actually they've got that down as a collection point already. So I hadn't realised that was for no parking, but seeing that makes it a lot clearer that there is still provision on site. So I am fairly happy for this to go ahead as per.
Any more comments for debate? Councillor Robinson.
Thank you, Chair. I think the site needs a bit of a tidy up, so I think this will be a bit of an improvement. I think, there's one of the houses there with an outrigger. that building may, mind you, it's only single story, may lead to a little bit of loss of sunlight, but I don't think we've gone into that much detail. But I think overall, it's an improvement, and it's an industrial area, and I think, you know, it will tidy it up and it look nicer actually. So I'd be voting for it.
Thank you. I think, I mean, there was an angle, wasn't there? So I was reassured that the light wasn't going to be dimmed, because obviously they were going to go further nearer the sort of party wall, but they've obviously stopped in order to make sure that that angle of daylight was okay. I thought exactly the same as Councillor Shear, like, why is there this concentration on bicycle parking? People aren't going to be buying, I don't know, 4x2s, whatever, and trying to carry them in their backpack or put them in their basket. So I'm satisfied, and I will be minded to vote in favour. Shall we go straight to the vote? All those in favour?
Thank you, Chair. To confirm that that's unanimously agreed. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and thank you to Councillor Shear for keeping us here for an extra 20 minutes.
Always glad to be of service, Chair.
Yes, exactly. Thanks, everybody. Really, really good input this afternoon, and I'll let you go, and the meeting is now closed. Thank you. Have a great evening.